could say no, but I know
Yeah.
5 people that I know well. Right now. So that's just to your point.
And Susan got one card pointing around trying to help me. So we don't
Oh.
have to get PNC checked.
And,
I mean, what time is the meeting?
1:30.
Oh, 1:30. Oh, okay. I'm just worried about Mr. Ashton.
Yes. And then
Being
if you sit,
so,
buy some things.
now I have to sit there, they're not.
yeah.
I passed a neighbor the other day and I was walking around and stopped. He was driving down the street. And I asked him if he was going to that little neighborhood bonfire.
Just be careful with this wire right here.
My wife and my 2 daughters and I are canning and
I'm just worried about these wires.
You know, we maybe only have to do this for several months to really get this under control.
Is it live? Is she gonna check the sound,
Get some com-
Angela?
everybody.
I don't know.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Can you see all of it in the camera? Uh-huh.
you can.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Well,
Yeah. Go to that next one. I won't be able to see you there. Yeah, if you go to that next one. You're welcome.
So they should take 2 months, because I guess they work across. Original is what they were looking at. We just confirm their analysis.
I think we researched this. I thought that chair was going to roll. It's not like that.
That's nice. Hopefully that's the only rack you have with these. You wear glasses very often.
No,
You can see.
with the mask on, it's nearly impossible to do it. I don't, that's why I keep readjusting, because I get so fogged up, I can't see. And that makes me feel more claustrophobic than the mask does. But when the glasses get fogged, I can't stand it. And it just gets
You need to read.
me. I need glasses to see. Just think how handsome you would be if I took my glasses off, because I couldn't see anything.
Well.
No, and
Yeah,
I just recently canceled my eye examination to January because this month is just, I just didn't feel comfortable going. Are yours just for reading, Elizabeth?
No, mine's a long story. I'm farsighted in one eye, nearsighted in the other, and have astigmatism in both. So I can't wear those glasses and read. I can't do that. But I use them to drive, particularly at night. Now that I'm an old lady. I don't like the lights and glare. And so I do like to wear the wheel drive.
Hey.
Hello, Richard. See
So
you?
is your far and nearsightedness in different eyes a natural thing? Is that, because I have that, but it was through,
I haven't had surgery.
I had surgery and for various stuff, so they gave you a choice, you know. I said, well, I'd rather not. So we-
Nice right up down there.
So, does anyone have surgery?
I meant to bring it in, I forgot.
And they test your eyes to see if you have for it and how to check
And it
the
was,
testing. How you're awake, and then lights out your message. And they thank you, this, we're gonna stop here. And the other issue was, they said as you get older, your eyes would change, and you just go back and have to have surgery again, so. At the time, I could think about that, but I'm at my age now, I think, gosh, if I could even get, 5 years, it'd be great. It's one of the most disturbing things. That's going on.
Well, there's other things.
But it's up there, it's pretty, it's up there.
I had, I was playing golf one time out of town and came out of the pro shop and I said, well, trouble. You know, like sometimes in the morning your eyes, it's like you got some sand in your eyes or something. I couldn't see that one. So I said, well, I'm probably just a little sleepy or whatever. So I played a few holes and I'm doing okay. But something seemed wrong. So finally I missed a shot. I said, okay, something's wrong. I put my left hand, my left eye, and I was blind in my right eye. I had a detached retina.
Oh my God. You didn't know it?
Well, I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't quite figure it out.
It didn't hurt?
It hurt. And there was little shafts of light coming in, but I couldn't see.
Were you scared? I was scared to death.
I finished the round.
Not one more, I was
Which the ophthalmologist, then I went right into the ophthalmologist and he said, well, there's certain types of detached retinas where you have to have a median or you can lose your eye. Fortunately, I did not have that type, but I didn't know any better. I was just stupid.
That's scary.
But yeah, but when they did the surgery, then that's kind of where I ended up.
So they fixed them when they did.
They were able to fix that, and I forget the process, but I think he worked it out so that I had, because I had astigmatism in the other eye,
Uh-huh.
and so they sold me on monovision.
As I keep thinking about it.
And even you've been able to get some rest.
What?
Has been able to get some rest.
Far sighted and nearsighted?
Yeah, I think it helped with everything, really. I mean,
Too bad, do
I
I?
was very interested. I needed, glasses for everything. And it gives me a better balance. The biggest problem was about the first month after that. Everything is so, you can see details so well, it's almost perfect until you get
Pretty
used to it.
scary.
Craig is powering his nose to be right here. He just waited to me in the hallway. Have you ever had a smoke alarm go off in the middle of the night?
Oh, all the time. It just drives me crazy.
There's no fire, there's no smoke, but it's 2:30 this morning. It's scary. Looking at us.
That's happened to me at least 3 times. And the way it gets on, and you can't always sure, you're not always sure which alarm it is, because for some reason, it's not that easy to tell. And then I always forget, how do we take it? I mean, the batteries are a little different. Flashlight batteries. It's always in the middle. How are you doing? Is that first time it's that little squeak? Uh-oh. And then like an hour later, about every 10 seconds, it does that. It's worse.
All right, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Mangrum, Chair of the Moore County Board of Elections. And I'll call this meeting to order. Mr. Kennedy, well, actually, I'm sorry. I'm first going to announce that members of the board, if you would please raise your hand to identify yourself to the public. This is Susan T. Adams, Richard Ashton, Mr. Bill Case,
I'm here.
and Mr. Cody Kennedy.
Here. All right, great. Everyone's here. Mr. Kennedy, would you mind leading us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mrs. Clinton, has anyone signed up to speak publicly this afternoon?
No.
Okay. Hearing none, at this time, I would like to remind board members of your duty and responsibility to avoid conflicts of interest or the appearance thereof. Having reviewed today's agenda, does anyone have a conflict before the board?
No, I have no conflict.
Excellent. Hearing none, Mrs. Clinton, would you please present a roster of persons helping us with this meeting?
Okay, this afternoon will be helped by staff, Kim Reagan, Cheryl Copper, and Diane Wyatt calling. She could not make it here because of the weather.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for helping.
Just come on.
Come on in.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Cheryl back there. Cheryl and Kim, come on back.
All right, so I believe that we are ready to consider absentee ballots for today. Are we going to start this afternoon with ballots that have been received and appear to be executed properly and have been sent for approval?
And the peers are with them, Madam Chair. As you get to them, you can look at them.
Thank you.
All right.
How many absentees are there? 400 or so? 403 or something like that?
I think we're at 460. Did you print the list for them?
That's what I said.
No, you go print it quickly.
I will move that we authorize our staff to count these ballots as we move through and approve.
I'll second that motion. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Do we also tabulate them since we can count them now?
We will have ready today.
All right, so, Mr. Kennedy, are you going to call out these? Do we have a list?
Angela's getting that now.
Okay, great, thank you. I heard about it.
Oh, really?
One somewhere else.
Well, while we're waiting, I just wanted to express my gratitude for everybody here. Really, this was my first experience through as a board member, and just seeing everybody pitching in, board members, staff, and the observers and watchers from the parties. It was a very educational experience, and it was kind of kept up when we were here election day, and every one of those 26 polling places arrived and were handled deftly within about an hour and a half of each other. It was just amazing how efficiently that took place, and apparently all the numbers came in as they should, and just a great, efficient operation on, for which you should be proud, and we should be proud as a board. So thank you.
Well, Angela had been very busy trying to make sure that the history balanced. And so we are all in balance, which is great. We had some corrections to do, but we found those very easily, and they've all been balanced.
I hope you all had an opportunity to read the pilot, the most recent issue of pilot. I guess that was Wednesday. They wrote it very nicely about the board of elections and Glenda's leadership, and I thought it was a very, very good statement. I hope you all have an opportunity to read it.
just read that today. And I'd also like to remind members of the public, I know that elections can be at contentious times, but this board is made up of Republicans and Democrats. There are Republicans and Democrats that work at each of these polling sites. And to the best of my knowledge, we all work very well together, and it seems a seamless process. And I think that that's a testimony to people's commitments to the community. And so I think Moore County's done an excellent job with that. A couple little hiccups, but I'm really proud of the voters, and I want to thank everybody for conducting this smooth election. Thank you.
Thank you. Out of curiosity, did we what was the latest date we actually received through the post office absentee ballot? I'm just curious whether we really needed 9 days after the election or whether we got them all in pretty much.
For the most part, well, of course, we could still get some this afternoon before 5 o'clock.
Right.
So the big day was the day after. And after that, it's been maybe 2 or 3, nothing yet after that.
All right, so we're going to start with civilian ballots this afternoon. We have our list. I believe there are 364 names on our list for civilians.
And Madam Chair, we need to let y'all check the machine and run, this is a brand new section, so you have a 0 tape to run out. So Andy, you wanna go ahead and open the polls?
Thank you.
These will be identified as supplemental absentees. Not the back.
Yeah. Anyway, first. Or maybe the first one.
You want to go ahead and sign the 0 tape?
Please.
Is that on your read here? Came across.
Yeah, that's right.
Felt like I was taking communion to church. All right, so we're starting at 0.
On the first ballot, civilian 369 has a cure statement attached to it. Okay.
I have civilian 686, 1351, 1375, 1497,
1707 and 1777 are both ballots with a cure statement. Do you want me to take these out of here?
I look at 1777.
You want to see that one, Richard?
Yeah. Sounded like a good day. This is fine.
1934, 2455,
Wait a minute, we got to skip some pages. Read this page 3. Did you get that number?
that was
Yeah.
19.
Straight bottom of page 3. Right
Bottom.
column,
Which page?
page 3, the right-hand column toward the bottom.
Did you say 2455? Is that the number you said?
1934.
Yeah, 1934 was the last one, and
Okay, well, I don't have that. Do you have 1934 on the bottom page? Yeah.
It's on the
What
first
page
page.
are we on?
1934 is on the first.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, that's
got that one. Okay, so then we were skipping
so
that.
the next one is gonna be 2455.
Okay, thank you. I have 2896 with cure statement. All right.
I'm sorry, I'm lost. Where am
We're on page 3 now, Richard.
Bottom
It's
right
down
hand
the bottom.
corner. 2896 with cure statement.
To be pushed number.
2455 and then
2896.
2896.
I? Thank you. Thank you.
Running together on me too. All right, we've got 3196, 3203,
I have 3495 as a cure.
3656, 4041, 4087, 4222, 4634, 5172,
I have 5173 with cure statement.
5174, 5177, 5178, 5180, 5184, 5186, 5188, 5189, 5193, 5198, 5200, 5201, 5204, 5211, 5325, 5344, 5942, 5954, 6202, 6309, 6346, 6433, 6532,
I have 6677 with cure statement.
6679, 6780, 6795, 7109, 7142,
I have 7164 with a cure statement.
7182, 7189, 7245, 7276, 7309, 7313, 7316, 7354, 7371, 7396, 7419, 7447, 7470, 7495.
I'll check that one. And the next ballot, 7596, I have with a cure statement, right?
Seventy-six 88, 78 48, 78 93, 80 28, 82 41, 83 15, 83 38, 83 53, 84 42, 84 44, 84 52,
8613 with a cure statement,
8705, 8721, 8724, 8763,
is that 87?
Okay.
eighty-eight 66, 88 67, 89 46, 89 62, 9003, 92 31,
9315 has a cure statement,
95 83,
I'm
96.
sorry, 9626 also has a cure statement.
What was that?
Ninety-six 67, 96 68, 97 32, 97 44, 97 52, 97 89, 99 40, 10,000.
Yours is 500,000.
Brady, did you call 9667? I thought you said 9666.
We did call 9667.
Ninety-six 67.
Okay.
96 68. So we're back on page one, it looks like.
Yes, sir.
10,000. 10,166. 10,300. 317. 399. 470. 500. 508. 582. 628. 660. 696. 742. 759. 764. 786. 794. 801. 823. 841. 927. 929.
11,031 has a cure statement.
11,051. 11,108. 135. 219. 247. 251. 255. 273. 309. 323. 354. 379. 398. 442. 521, 545, 564, 566,
11,580 has a pure statement, as does 11,665.
$761, 773, 849, 859, 899, 936, 984, 12,065, 12,083,
12,092 has a pure statement.
12,136, 181, 228, 308, 315, 320, 325, 334, 360, 367, 428, 576, 584, 602, 613, 631, 632, 704, 710, 711, 714, 722, 723, 724, 739, 779, 787, 795, 811, 835, 844, 854, 864, 885, 889, 902,
12,916 has a pure statement.
997, and then we're to 13,002, 13,003, 13,062, 13,122,
Should we stop and see if there's one ahead of us?
Okay, so the last number called was 13,122, 148, 157, 165, 176, 181, 191, 243, 248, 248.
I'm gonna pick one out here.
Okay.
$13,249, 259, 260, 285, 288, 317, 320, 321, 323, 325, 335, 338, 340, 371,
I'll look at that one.
$13,381, 391, 414, 435, 464, 471, 472, 479, 490, 491, 493, 554,
Oh, we got it.
572,
13,578 has insurance statement.
584, 13,600, 609,
I'm sorry, 603. I have 36 or 13,603.
So you went to 09.
I'm gonna call it again. $13,609, 611, 617, 623, 633, 646, 648, 655, 657, 665, 666, 670, 678, 680, 688, 689, 692, 698, 712,
I'll look at that one, please.
$13,716, 726,
721. Yes, I have 13,721.
then 726, 731, 732, 734, 736, 738, 745, 754, 755, 758, 759, 763, 764,
13,765 has insurance statement attached.
767, 768, 769, 770, 771, 773, 774, 775, 777, 778, 781, 782, 784, 787, 796, 798, 13,801, 814, 819, 826, 829, 831,
13,833 has the insurance statement attached.
845, 848, 854, 868, 870, 874, 876, 878, 886, 887, 889, 891, 894, 896, 899, 900, 907, 910, 911, 912, 913, 914, 919, 921, 924, 927, 928, 929, 930, 937, 938, 943, 948, 950, 951, 952, 953, 957, 959, 963, 964, 969, 972, 975,
13,976 as it appears to my attached.
977, 978, 980, 981,
979.
we have 976,
This is a
977, 978. Is that it? 979. Okay. 980, 981, 982, 983, 985, 987, 988, 989, 991, 992, 993, 994, 995, 996, 997, 999, 14,001, 14,002, 3, 4, 5, 10, 12, 19, 28, 33, and 35.
Right.
Is that all?
Madam Chair, you have before you the one Craig made the sign, which was voted by our blind voter using the portal, something new, so y'all need to check that, just like we do the military. So it had been removed.
Clinton, did we have any ballots that were recommended for disapproval by the staff?
Those that were received late last year. So I'm gonna give you that list. As well as the. Would you take one, please, and pass it down? Craig, may I have these ballots for y'all? I would say call and then review the postmark.
So these are late. We have civilian 10,263 and civilian 13,352. Civilian 100,096, 13,306, and 2,192.
Postmarks clearly marked on the envelope.
Do we need to mention that we will open up the floor for the first,
Close. So those were the only late ballots that we. All right, so do you need a motion to disapprove these ballots?
And then remember, you were saying that they were late received.
Is this like the challenge? Is this the
No.
same as the challenge process or is this?
We just have to disapprove them and not count them. We have to count for every ballot that comes in.
So I will make a motion that we disapprove, that we'll disapprove the 5 absentee ballots received after, postmarked after November the 3rd, and they've been called out.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Any discussion? All those in favor of disapproving the ballots that were received late, say aye. Aye. Opposed? So the motion carries unanimously to disapprove the ballots that were returned late. So Mrs. Clinton, do you have some ballots that need further review of the board?
Well, we have 2 that were returned by unauthorized people. The first was a ballot received from Paulette Deatonhofer Scott. And it was by a caregiver. And it was taken to Winston. And it was logged in and the computer is being received. And when I called to speak to the voter, she died last Thursday. So I talked to her son. But she had asked her caregiver to take bring it up to us. She had polio as a child, and actually, I knew her growing up. And so I would recommend to the board that we count that. She was alive on election day, she died 2 days after election. That's how that's going. And then Naomi Brown is 97 years old, and she had a nephew to return it, and that is her only living relative, and he is her power of attorney. I was not able to have a conversation with Ms. Brown. This is the information given to us.
And the nephew dropped that off
Her nephew gets the power of attorney
to this office or
to
to one
this
shop?
office, yes. No, excuse me, it was a one-stop sign off. Ms. Brower's 97.
We just haven't been able to reach her to confirm.
Phone rang and I left messages. And I figured I might have a little difficult with 97-year-old kid to understand how I was calling. But it is a power of attorney, it is a nephew. I would recommend to the board that you accept that. There's no evidence of tampering, sir.
She lives by herself? Does she live by herself?
I have no idea. It just, I got an answering machine and it explained to them who I was and why I was calling. Just asked that they return the call and I didn't know.
Okay. So those are the only two?
There's the only two, yes, ma'am.
Now, I got a quick question. Okay, on the first one where the voter is deceased, but they were alive on election day.
She cast her ballot when she was alive.
And she was eligible.
But I know we discarded a vote here a while back where we knew the voter had deceased, but they voted. Did they vote early or did, I can't remember that.
That one, the record was removed before we were able to consider the
But
ballot.
we had not processed that vote.
Right.
Okay, I'm just trying to be clear and that we're consistent. Right, correct.
Well, Miss Scott died 2 days after the election. And of course, the absentee was returned at a one-stop site, so it was returned timely before the election.
Right.
And she was alive when it was returned. It's just that she asked her caregiver to give it to her, or get it to the one-stop site.
But we've not processed that ballot yet.
Oh, yes, it was a one-stop
Oh,
ballot,
so
so it's
it was
gone.
done. Okay. I understand.
Well, it's not Angela, right? It's in this today.
It's in this, I don't know
Yeah,
where it's at.
Then the ones you just called off.
So if we knew that to be consistent, we wouldn't process that ballot, correct?
She relied on election day.
On election
The other ones died before election.
before election. Okay, I understand. That's got it. That
That's
cleared
the
me up.
difference.
That cleared me up. Okay, very good.
I move that we accept these two ballots. So second. All right, it's been moved and seconded to accept the two ballots. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is a review of duplicated ballots.
Got lots of military to be reviewed.
Okay.
Y'all want to go ahead and start, and when Angela gets through the sleeves, we'll check our numbers. And we're ready for them to get to the military.
You said we were looking for 364. Did that include the one that we did a hand in Craig after that? That was on the list.
The ones that came in, real down.
They're already passing this one on?
What deal with that?
All right, Bill.
I don't
Better.
want to take all the time.
What are we doing? We're sharing. Bill and I get the short end of the stick when we share. No, we
Yeah, we get the bigger hats.
And I believe that we brought a military list. We'll do those next.
We have 65 volunteers.
65.
Okay, so the-
We were lucky on Monday to have our duplication teams here, so I'm hoping a lot of that, right? Great.
I'll put them to work.
They do a great job.
So,
Looking
help
at
me with what
13.
I'm looking at here. I've got, these are two different stacks.
Carrie, can you?
What's the difference between the stack and maybe one's overseas? Well, no, they're both military, that's why I asked.
One's on the original ballot. I mean, real. And the-
Okay, so these are the ones that we physically mailed them about,
And
and
they-
mailed back.
and
And we now do not have to be remarked. Yes, so those
Okay.
didn't have to be remarked, these are the ones that had.
Got it. All right. So, what do I do with just keep these?
He's gonna have to go back and forth, is that right?
Yes.
That's fine.
Oh,
No more than we have. Can we just get through one stack and then, since we just have one page? and
Well,
then-
there's not that many over there. I don't think it's- Okay, we start with 13, military 13, military 17, military 25, military 56, military 125, military 141, military 177. We got military 235. Military 257. Military 261. Military 278. Military 305. And then military 317. Military 376. Military 383. Military 385. And military 456 and 459. 460 and 475. 476. 502. Military 503. Military 504. Military 505. Military 510. Military 517. Military 539. So I guess it was military 541. Military 548. Hang on one second. Alright. Military 552. Military 555. Military 561. Military 565. Military 568. 569. Military 570. Military 571. Military 573. 577. 584. 587. Military 600.
This is 599.
Well,
exceed $599, right, yet.
Okay.
So keep an eye on that. Military 600, military 601, 602, 603, 605, 604. See that either? We're almost, we only still got a few yet. Okay, you're keeping track of what we're doing, right? Okay, military 607, 608, 609, 612.
611.
Yes. Yep, 611. 612, 614, 615, 616. I think it's 617. 617, 620, 621, 623, 625, 626, 627, and 628.
We're missing two. Number 599 and 604.
And give us some to that. Probably the ones with the little orange envelope. Kim, remember the orange envelope? That they would have.
They
to
were
mark.
in the, there.
There's an orange envelope in here,
Oh, did you call it on
but I think I called.
there? No. There's that one's not. No, there's one that's not open. You know how they come and they're sealed up? We can open them.
Yeah.
There was two orange ones.
But that orange is it the same as that orange or is it
There
different?
were two orange ones. They came in on different days, I remember.
But it looks like that?
Mhm.
Okay. So are we looking for two more orange ones?
No, I think she's just looking for one more.
Okay, so what number is that orange one? Susan?
These had them sitting there.
That one was on top.
Yeah.
317.
There were two that came by mail that y'all were gonna have to open. One was in a orange envelope. So we have them sitting on the strong top.
Oh, the.
Right
that's it.
there. There's two that y'all have to do.
Okay.
Should I open these now?
Yep.
What's the numbers on? You have like a literal number.
There you go. How do you know what numbers it is? You don't have a little one. Oh.
Just hate to be messy.
This was attached to the 604. Copy of that.
I don't want to. I'm just very messy. Okay. Let's see what we got.
And this is the orange one.
So look on the envelope where we're,
And MIL 604 is an F
I don't see a number on this.
So we've got the number and so basically you just need to fill in that that's what they're voting for. That's the only
They just voted that one race.
Yes,
All
so
right. Can we, I have the name of this, just. We'll just do that. Right. That's, name for 604. Okay. This is in a format I haven't seen before, but seems to be, so we'll have to duplicate this. And,
You know which one it is?
MIL,
604.
yeah, 604.
I'm gonna put that right on top.
I'll go with this side. And then this is military 599.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So those haven't been duplicated,
No,
so
And are those write-in ballots?
the one is a
One
net
is
block.
an F block.
One's an F block. The other ones are regular. And a full ballot. I'm gonna connect the. See what style.
are those the only two that need to be duplicated?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, we can duplicate those.
So you're looking for that one.
I was prepared to take the whole load.
Oh.
But, you know, that's just the kind of guy I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I think we should distribute evenly.
Y'all wanna start checking those,
So it'd be ours?
well, the military, whatever. You gotta,
So
you gotta check all the people.
should we,
Oh, okay, yes, we should.
all right, well, two of these need to be duplicated.
Right.
So should we do that first, or should we do the,
I'll go ahead and start reviewing. There's a good number to review.
And I can. And pass them up.
all right, so
Divvy them up.
I will divvy these up. I'm gonna make them,
And you will be seeing some, what we call FWOBs, the federal write-in ballot. And that's when the voter
those are,
did not
Those should
get the
go-
ballot from us.
those
They
should
requested
prepared to
they
go in.
send their write-in ballot. We then
Right, so-
subsequently sent them a
maybe so we don't
full
get
ballot.
confused, we can give you the ones.
Because on the
with
federal
ballots
write-in
greater
ballot, it just
Yes.
covers the federal officers. So they did not return the full ballot. Well, so
Those two we
since they didn't by the deadline, you have to count that.
Yes.
We duplicated those,
So that's the 03 and 04.
Are there any of those?
a couple, not really.
You took around, so I'll just put these right here.
We have to check these. Those- All right, what are these? These are,
Those need to be checked as well, I guess.
Here are the real ballots.
these are duplicates.
These are ones that came in with real ballots.
So I guess we can, like, give us too many, probably.
Yes.
We get behind. You always go first. You always go first.
What's the number on the civilian?
364.
Okay, so this one's not reading through. You want to just have it remarked. On a 363 and Jan at 133.
So we'll be in balance once we get that one through.
Good job.
Now I can figure out the books. Yeah. Okay, so this civilian one needs to be remarked because it's not reading. Here it shows.
Okay.
check.
I haven't seen that.
So, once you guys check them,
Those have been checked. Those two.
let's do two piles here. We'll have a pile of ballots and a pile of
I'm sorry, so what do we do?
sheets.
You want me to detach it?
Put the ballots in one end.
Okay. You check that one and I'll check that. So we got all these after that. You want me to just pull all this out? And just do the ballot itself?
I'm just saying, when you put them in this tub, that they've been checked by two people,
Yes, it was very nice.
then we'll put the paperwork in one half and the ballot in the other side. And then they can just run the ballots when you're ready.
All right. I got the format down.
Well trained.
I got lots of paper clips.
You're a happy camper.
Those are, those are duplication.
I can do something. All right. This one. Going to be
It's unusual that.
you. Originals. This is the map, but it's not marked on here. That's the one that's marked. Let me see the numbers. Let me put that.
last week.
So I need to mark that.
We just duplicated that now.
Yep, you just need to duplicate that. So I just wrote, I just stamped it for you.
Okay, this is just,
Needs to be marked.
checking out here. Duplicated just this one. That one is pretty substantial. Last day.
Okay, and I didn't, I checked that one, just haven't checked that one.
Sure does. Okay, so that's good.
Yes.
Now it's confused. Six oh four. Okay, that's
Some of these things you got to really look to see where they live, what they want. On the ballot.
yes.
Picture of the
Oh, it's a check.
This is here.
And one I just gave you. And when you get to this one, they put that and that and that. So they did that and that and that is that. It's just more than
Stand by your interpretation.
Oh, you did,
Well, this one is correct, but I wrote my own.
okay,
one.
perfect.
That was checked.
And now you're into the ones that you and I should double checking.
It's with the- That's interesting.
Okay, sorry.
I'll go fast.
Some of our military stuff.
Mrs. Clinton, could you tell us the reason why a North Carolina voter might send us a ballot from Texas?
Like, think about
Some reasons why. I think there's some confusion about people who are not living in North Carolina at the time of the election, you know, voting, like why do we get these ballots from people in other places? As in the military?
they still claim North Carolina as their state of residence, and Moore County is their state of residence for voting purposes. Elizabeth, we used to, back in the 60s, actually contact the person living at the residence that the military person claimed to see if that was the right thing. But of course, the court stopped that. But that was something that Guilford County had been written up about, not checking their military status. So we don't have to do that any longer. But in the instruction, it says, where's your last residence in the North Carolina or in the US for those overseas people? And we have a situation we have turned over to the state board where someone registered at an address here in Moore County, and they've never been in Moore County to live. And so it's been turned over to the state. Looks like it's a fraudulent absentee ballot, but it's nothing we can do about it because they registered. And you see, you've got to be verified. All you have to do is show a good mailing address because the federal law verifies on that. So if that individual used an out-of-state address, like as a student might use their college address, it would have become verified, and we would have never known that they didn't really live here. So it's being looked into because the owner of the property says that person has never even visited that home, never been in that home.
So how do we challenge that ballot then, or what do we do?
You know, by the time we learned of it, it was too late to challenge it, so it's just a criminal matter. The state has suggested at some point in time that we might have to challenge the residency of the voter or the registrant. I hope we don't have to do that. I hope that the courts will take care of all that for us. Angela, would you like to go ahead and start the military?
Let's do this on the right then. All right, shortest list for last.
No, we're still doing it over here. We're still working. Our pile was much larger than your pile.
Come on.
Would you like some more? Because we've still got a lot to
Yeah,
go.
got some down.
Lollygagging on weird stuff.
It's lacking.
We just took on a heavy burden. We're checking very carefully.
So double check.
You want to
I'll check this one, you check that one. Now, these coming from Richard? All right, so I don't have to check.
An interesting one coming up. Seems. Find the ones.
Just having two extra is a lot more secure.
I knew it's a good thing for you.
Easy to play through. Do you know anybody who's good at if you think maybe someone put in a garage, somebody who's, to organize the garage kind of thing. Is there any contractor you choose?
Shelves or.
Hmm?
To build shelves.
Help us get organized.
I'll show you a business card.
Okay. We tried various.
No
handy-
relation to me. Explain.
We tried various handy. They look good. It's just doesn't feel good. They seem to try to.
As you know,
So these will be some bells.
Great. All right, so I think that leaves us with 12 overseas.
Yes.
Alright, one is gonna have to be remarked.
All right. Just one.
Yeah, but it's got the number. It's just-
Okay. Is that the first one? Oh, this is number 233.
Okay.
We'll have to remark that. I have 129 here. $39, 43, 88, 97, 99, 86, 216, 227, 229, and perhaps the final ballot of the 2020 election, unless something comes in 5 o'clock, number 237.
All right. So let's open that one in the envelope up and see what kind of ballot we're gonna need.
All right, again, somebody,
Someone other than.
someone other than these people that do not want to cause any destruction. You don't have,
I'm left-handed, so here it is.
is that a left-handed knife? Right-handed knife?
I'm just joking.
Excuses, excuses. Sounds like something I would say. You're better than that.
Actually, I saw that tape and thought,
Yeah.
I want to rip some.
They're pros.
Wasn't pretty, but.
Okay. Do we need a duplication? All right, well, I think we call them all, so we need to divvy them. We have one that looks like it's an original. We'll give you that one. And that gives us 11 left. Actually 10 to be checked and one to be duplicated. So I'm gonna do this right down the middle, even gonna count. Should be 5. Yeah.
I'll do that. Small.
Yeah.
233.
Oh, yeah.
Take a look, but
Okay.
I think so.
The sheriff, Ms. Bryce, what do you, Madam Chairman? As we did before.
better, that's still makes time last.
This one, because of that and the tiny one, it's not going through. So I don't know if you can put it in it, in my opinion, it's not. There's like a scratch on the tiny.
That's your fingers.
That's- 441.
Yay, all right, good job, thank you. All right, now I'd like to take a little 10-minute recess before we start looking at provisional. 10 minutes enough time for members? Good,
Not a big place out. That takes for y'all.
I think that's great. So we'll reconvene at 3:20. All right, so this meeting is recessed. Okay. That was surprised when you said it, yeah. Oh, Lord.
Right up there.
Thank you.
I don't know. It's what he
Did
got. I
everybody
know
go?
what
I
it
think
is.
everybody got one. Didn't Susan get one?
Only you and Fred.
Just me?
And then
You got one? Oh, you can look at it. Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, she has the absentee document.
And she can check the PO. Cause they're just coming in general. mail.
Yes.
Okay, can we go ahead and do?
Yeah.
They're right over there.
Oh, yeah.
They'll read the paper.
What?
Oh, I feel like it's broke, like it hurts when I broke your toe.
Sorry, y'all. Yeah. Rolling, rolling. I know. I was gonna tell him, I followed his son the other day. I saw a picture of UPN or Penn South or one of them. UPN, okay. Yeah, it was the front page. They had orange letters on it. We'll say it said Penn South on it. Maybe part of them, I don't know. I don't think that, it's just. Okay.
I don't know if I could find that, but if I knew how to do it.
Well, I'll have to tell you about when I interviewed Chuck Berry. Okay. I went to a concert, he has a strong play out of South End College. And it was Cleveland Arena, so they had a break. And I go out, I'm at the concession stand, right up at the concession stand. And I see right next to me this hand. It's about 3 times the size of my hand. I looked up and I said, I was just stunned. Yeah. And he said, I'll write you a letter, man. I'll write you a letter. Well, he was a pretty good, I think he was probably 6'2", but his hands, I've just never seen it. He could have palmed 2 basketballs.
If you're gonna need to watch some of the videos, and I mean, this is amazing, just to watch.
He was a great lifer.
Who are you talking?
Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry. Well, before your time.
Well, I thought you just said basketball.
No, but he could have palmed
He
2
could have.
basketballs. His hands were so large. But, yeah, I saw him a couple times.
Let's 3:19, how fast are you? How fast do I have to go? 60 seconds. I'll say it for
I
later.
also spoke to Little Richard about a year ago before he died. Really? Mine struck.
One or two.
And it had to do with the whole
Let's do
American nightclub. And I wondered if he had. And I got his number. And he answered the phone. Wow. He didn't want to talk. But I can say I talked to him.
Did he play that basketball?
You're gonna need a separate one for the provisional.
Okay.
According to,
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
One
Yes. I wrote a story about,
They're not all approved.
I wrote a story about a couple of kids who were trying to look over the top of the window. And they got caught. The owner he said, you want to see him that bad? Come on in. This was, 1953 or 4 probably. These guys are really old now who were involved in that. But I made a story out of it. It was kind of fun.
All right, guys, I think it's time to reconvene our meeting. We're gonna now take a look at provisional ballots. Susan Felix.
There are 401 to be exact.
Okay.
So I will start at the first provisional voting reason, ID not provided. The first voter was a same-day registration. She did not provide any ID that was required for a same-day registrant. She has until 5 PM today,
Okay.
but, I mean, I recommend that should she not come in to provide that ID by 5 PM, it be not approved. And that's why I preliminary put that, but she still has until 5 o'clock to bring that ID.
Okay, so I'm just going to note that on my list and then we'll see at 5 o'clock.
And that's fine.
Okay?
Yep. Because this is
was
not final. These are just my, based on our
Results,
research, our decisions. And I knew that those two were kind of in limbo. The second one for ID provided or not provided was a voter who did not provide any sort of driver's license number, social security number, or any other ID during registration. So it was required at time of voting, first voting, and they did not provide that, didn't have anything. They were also given the information that they have until 5 PM today to bring that up to our office. So again, those two are, they still have some time, but if not, they will be disapproved.
Okay.
Moving on to incorrect precinct. First one, they voted out of precinct, however, they did vote in a precinct that had their correct ballot style, so I recommend approval. The second one, and may I just stop for a moment? Miss Glenda, am I allowed to say these names? Yeah. Okay, I knew with the absentees I was not, so I just wanted to make sure before I started reading this off. Cameron Blue, unreported move from West Knollwood to West Aberdeen precinct, and she voted at what would be her new precinct, West Aberdeen, and so she received West Knollwood, I apologize, she voted at her old precinct. But she did receive the correct ballot style, so I recommend approval because it was within county. Lourdes Castellanos Nunez, I recommend partial approval for hers. She voted out of her precinct, and because she voted in the Carthage precinct and assigned it back, they did not have the correct ballot style. She should have been issued at that precinct. So partial approval will count the races that she would have been able to vote on the other ballot, but the races she is not eligible for will not count. Angela DuPauli, again, she voted out of precinct. So, but because it's within the county, I recommend approval. She did receive the correct ballot style. Dawson Evangelista voted out of precinct, but received the correct ballot style. I recommend approval. Samuel Hall, same thing, received the correct ballot style. So I recommend approval. Lee Clemenco received the correct ballot style. Ebony Nelson received the correct ballot style. Kathy Odom received the correct ballot style. And Sheila Pullins received the correct ballot style. So I recommend approval for all of those that received the correct ballot style. Adina Stone was also an unreported move and voted at the Carthage precinct, and she is registered at the Vass precinct. I did not find an attempt to update her registration, and they did not have her correct ballot style, so I recommend a partial approval based on what she would have been eligible to vote for on that ballot. Ronald White, again, I found no attempt to update the registration, but I recommend a partial approval as it's within county, and they did not have his ballot style at the Carthage precinct. And finally, Jared Wilson voted out of precinct, but he did receive the correct ballot style, so I recommend approval on that.
And Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
since we have a bipartisan team here on the partial counts, I would recommend to go ahead and let those teams start marking the ballot for partial count.
Okay, I agree. Thank you. Would you like me to pull those ones out?
Yes, pull those out, please.
So we had 13 people vote out of precinct. Total?
Yes.
And I'll be glad to run a statistical report.
And I thought about doing that.
That would be helpful.
And I'll also, after we go through these and get these updated, in case there's any change, I'll furnish both party chairs with a copy of this record. It's public record. And that'll help them to know what we've done.
I'm curious, when a voter comes in and we discover right then you're in the wrong precinct, do we suggest they go to the other precinct or say, well, you can do
We
that
give
or
them
vote
that
provisionally?
option that they can go to their regular precinct and get the ballot they're entitled to, or they can vote provisionally, knowing that they may not have all the contests. It's up to the voter.
Right.
And if they call us after the book's closed and say, I didn't get my address updated, we strongly urge them to go to One Stop because they always have all the ballot styles there. And just tell them that if you wait till election day, you may need to go to more than one place to get the right ballot style, or you can vote out of precinct.
Or you can check your precinct before you went to vote.
Yeah.
Do you need a motion on these as we go? Maybe just
I
for
would
what she's
just
already
like-
done?
As many as we have. I hate to yell, But they
Okay, yeah.
just, thank you, Susan.
Well, maybe what I would suggest is if we can approve them all in bulk, but if somebody has a question about your recommendation, we address that at this time
Yes,
and do that separately, if that makes sense.
I asked for the bipartisan team, and
Here they
here
come.
they come. Thank you, guys.
They're partial. There's several partials, not several. Um,
okay, we need to take one of these, where it says partial, we're gonna have to go to that to find out which ballot style you need. And so you take their ballot and mark their choices, but like if it's a House or congressional, they may not be able to just leave it blank if they voted on the one ballot. So
those
I'm
so
leaving
far.
that.
Okay. The next group I have is jurisdictional dispute. And I use that reason because they were voters that really aren't eligible to vote here based on their address. The first one was Stephen Lineberger. He moved out of the county more than 30 days ago and resides in Wake County. So I recommend not approving that ballot. Andrea Scaletta, I actually spoke with her on the phone. She resides in Alexandria, Virginia now. She used to be a military spouse, so she thought that she could continue to vote like a military dependent. However, she was told that she couldn't, but she insisted on voting here. So, we let her vote provisionally, but I recommend not approving that ballot either.
Has she voted in Virginia?
I could not find any record that she had, but she verbally confirmed with me that she's lived there since 2018.
Okay, what's the name?
Scaletta.
And for the Stephen Lineberger, did you confirm that he resides in Wake County through DMV?
He actually, the address he provided on the application is in Raleigh. He couldn't even provide a Moore County address. Same with Andrea Scaletta. It's not a Moore County address. They don't have one. They couldn't provide one. So, Michael Sulla, he is not registered here. He is active in Harnett County, and the address he provided is not a valid address here or in Harnett County. But he is registered in Harnett County. He lives in Cameron. I know sometimes Cameron residents think they live in Moore County, but they don't. It goes into Harnett and Lee County, actually. But he is actively registered in Harnett County. At Athens Court, as opposed to Cameron Corner.
Did he vote in Harnett County?
No, he voted provisionally. He didn't vote for you.
Do you know what his address is on his driver's license?
No, but his address on his registration is 36 Athens Court in Harnett County.
Okay.
So he's not eligible.
That's a Harnett County address. So I recommend not approving any of those based on the addresses they provided and their current registration status. If you'd like to look over it, you're welcome.
Okay.
You want me to move on? I just want to make sure that you've asked all your questions before I move on.
I don't have any more questions.
How did we verify that Lineberger had moved out of the county more than 30 days? How did we do that?
Because we asked that, and he provided his address in Raleigh. Have you lived at your address for 30 days or more? Yes. They ask those questions when they do a provisional application, because it's just like a new registration form.
When that happens like that, we say, well, you may not be eligible to vote here. Do we record what their response is if they have one to that? I don't know why he would think he could vote here, but maybe he has some reason.
I mean, they do take notes. They're,
I mean, if he went to school there, for example, and
he provided the Raleigh address. His previous address was here in Southern Pines, but he did verify by checking that box that he moved more than 30 days ago, and based on that, he's not eligible to vote here.
I'm always kind of curious, like if you have somebody who's going to college, and do they kind of have a choice to say my residence is at the college, or do they use their parents' address, their home address where they are the rest of the year?
A college student may claim their college address as their residence, but that's their choice. And then if it changes, it's their responsibility to get registered back wherever they are. And we would not want a precinct official to try to give advice to a voter, because it would be very, very chancy that they would be able to explain the law well enough to make sure they didn't tell a voter wrong.
Well, the only reason for my question is I would be, give the voter every benefit of the doubt. I'd just be curious whether there could be a situation like that in a given case that, for whatever reason, the voter doesn't
We've had
care.
college students to register on the very same day, one in Moore County and one in Wake County. So it's just whatever somebody's persuaded them to register in a certain address, they've done it.
And also, just note, most of the time, and they're told this, the poll workers that do these provisionals are supposed to call into the office to basically get approval to do a provisional. So 9 times out of 10, we've spoken with the poll worker before they've done this, and we are aware of the situation, and we've told them how to explain it. So that the voter knows, they've called and they've checked with us, and this is what they have, this is their options. So they don't just kind of make that decision on their own. They do call us to check in on that. I will move on to no record of registration. The first one, Christopher Allen, I found no registrations on the state board's website, no record of attempt to register with us in any of our queues. And when I do that, I check our archived queue, and that can go back years. The incomplete queue as well as the review queue. And we check our current voter records. We check the state board website against other counties in the state. So I found no attempt for this gentleman to register whatsoever. No, because I'll put that in. So I recommend not approving that ballot based on no attempt to register. Caden Allen, I did not find anything in our queues or on the state board website. However, we get a report from the DMV for all of our provisionals, and they show that he did attempt to register back in 2018, and for whatever reason, it did not transfer. I am not showing any other registrations in any other county in North Carolina, so based on that information, I recommend approval of that ballot because he did attempt to register.
Why was he not registered?
That's why we get this DMV report, because sometimes it's electronic transmission, so sometimes there is issues with that, and that's why we do this. it shows that he attempted to register in 2018, but for whatever reason, we never received that registration. So based on the fact that he did attempt, you know, we recommend that we approve it because he did his part by attempting to register.
And DMV has had some issues this time. Things came back when someone signed a declination saying that they had attempted to register and they had not. But they have worked back through it and they checked ours specifically to make sure. And he was one of the ones. And they only hold them for 30 days, that electronic transmission. So they don't yet produce a record for us, but they have the record that the attempt was made, even though we don't have the actual physical record. So we would absolutely, we recommend that the board approve that.
Would we consider this person a registered voter based on what you know?
No, would we consider him a registered voter? No, because he's not actively registered. What we'll do is we'll use this provisional application to register him. But we recommend approving his ballot because he did attempt and there was just an error in that attempt.
And he will be
And he
registered.
will be
after-
registered. Yeah, everyone in here, whether we approve their ballot or not, will be registered going forward. This provisional application acts as a registration form.
But if you approve it, then they get voter history for this election.
And just, is this because we allow, I think I know this, you can register at the DMV when you get your driver's license. And for what it, maybe the DMV didn't do its job in letting the Board of Elections, state board know, or the county board. Or I'm just,
I think it's more of a transmission error because there's so few that really happen like that.
okay,
But I think it was more just, you know, it's computers, relying on computers. There's always a certain margin of error.
when that does happen, where does the transmissions, where is it supposed to go? Is it go to the local county or does it go to the state?
Oh, it comes to
It
us.
comes directly to us.
Let me read you what this says. This is from one of the staff, says, Carrie, I was able to confirm that those 3 voters did attempt to register via DMV on those dates. The problem is that these attempts were made prior to the implementation of the electronic voter registration process before our current processes. DMV would send a record and scanned image separately. DMV does not maintain those files after 30 days. So that is why the information is limited for these entries in the DMV portal report. So it's just something electronically. We didn't get it, so we didn't know to look for it. And the voter never called and said, did you get it? You know, we just, in my opinion, I wish the DMV would say, do you need to register to vote or update your address? Because people will say, no, I'm registered. They don't realize that because they updated their driver's license, that it doesn't get to us unless they sign that they want to. And likewise, they should tell them that within 2 weeks, you should get a voter information card if you don't call the Board of Elections. But the examiners just don't realize that. But it would be so helpful if we could give them a receipt or something that says check with your Board of Elections, make sure it went through.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is David Allgood. I do not recommend this ballot for approval as this voter has an active registration in Montgomery County. And I have no record of attempt to register here. Kevin Allred. I do not recommend approval because I have found no record of attempt to register with us. They were previously registered in Montgomery County, however, they've been removed. I believe it was to inactivity. Yes. Megan Allred. I recommend approval as this was simply poll worker error in pulling up her name. They I don't think they searched by date of birth. I'm not sure what happened, but the voter is registered and active, so obviously I recommend that one for approval. Hugo Andrade Perez. I do not recommend this one for approval. I found no record of attempt to register with us and nothing on the state board's website. Sharice Andrews, not approved based on the DMV report shows that she did attempt to register. However, it was in Cumberland County. And she has an inactive status in Cumberland County. Tracy Antonio, I recommend not approved. She is inactive in Catawba County. She did attempt to register with us, however, it was after the deadline, which was October 9th. She registered on October 14th. Cheryl Armstrong, I recommend approval on this one. This again was just poll worker error. I believe it was the spelling of the name. Yeah, the worker could not locate. She is an active and registered voter here though. Warren Atwater, I recommend not approved. He was removed from our voter rolls back in 2002 due to a registration in Mecklenburg County, which was sent to us so that we could remove that voter, and there was no attempt to re-register. Is that what I'm doing?
So what was the date of birth discrepancy? You sure you got the right guy?
Yes, because the last four of the social matched, or everything matched up with the record. What it is on the provisional, he has 214 and it's 04. Or it was 04 in his record, but it's 14 on the provisional.
And that could be poll worker error in entering the data.
So is he gonna be registered in Mecklenburg County?
He is registered in Mecklenburg County.
That's a disapproval.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Or an
And
Atwater.
maybe it's-
Alex, do you want me to?
Yeah.
These were, and they've got partials.
Make sure that they're partial on the record that you have.
No, those are all, they're not.
Oh,
Yes, I know.
No, I gave them the partial ones.
Yes.
So this gentleman was removed 18 years ago and tried to vote again.
I mean, he may have moved back from Mecklenburg County, but he's still
Yeah.
actively registered there. And he made no attempt to register here.
Okay.
Wayne Baseman, he has an inactive status in Richmond County, and there is no attempt of him to register here in Moore County. Andrew Bailey, not approved. He has a removed status in Pitt, however, there is no record of attempt of him to register here in Moore County.
Can we go back to Wayne Basement for just a second?
Sure.
So he's inactive in Richmond County. On that provisional ballot, where does he say he lives?
In Bass.
Okay,
But there's no record of him attempting to register here. So although he's inactive in Richmond, he's still registered there. He's not removed or anything. And he didn't attempt at all to register here.
okay.
Andrew Bailey, not approved. Again, removed in Pitt, no attempt to register here. Jonathan Barnes, I don't recommend for approval. He attempted to register here, however, it was after the deadline. His registration was received October 14th. And the deadline was October 9th. Adam Berry is not approved. He has an inactive status in Guilford County, and there is no record of attempt to register here in Moore County.
Can I ask a question? Released to the one, the two that you mentioned that did register to vote, I guess 5 days after the deadline here, right? Do we have a policy when we get those registrations to tell them they're too late, but they can go to One Stop if they want to be registered on time?
In fact, we called all of them this year because the mail was just so, I mean, I did send letters, but we called all of them to reach out to them to let them know if we had a phone number for
Okay.
them, because with everything going on, with the mail just being the way it was, we just figured it'd be easier to call them. So we try to reach out to every voter to let them know it's after the deadline, they still have these options.
We record those calls, log them in or anything of that nature.
Do you make notes on your own?
So I make notes. I have spreadsheets I make notes on, but I mean, I don't record the call.
No, I don't mean
You
electronic.
just want stuff you make a record of, it,
A record,
making a
yes.
note.
Oh, yeah, we try to, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That was ours. Adam Berry, I think I did that one, but inactive in Guilford, again, no record of attempt to register with us. Sabrina Barth, no record of attempt to register. I recommend not approval. Corey Bartholomew, no record of attempt to register with us. Sarah Bass, she has an inactive status in Lee County, and again, no record of attempt to register. Sue Bean, no record of attempt to register. Nathan Beck, no record of attempt to register. Jose Benitez Flores, no record of attempt to register. Byron Black, he is active in Lee County, and I actually confirmed that with Lee County because he was on the DMV report. However, the address was in Lee County, so we transferred it to them. And actually, he was removed. Can I say that? Why he was removed? Okay. But yes, he is active in, no, that's not the right one. That's right. Okay. I don't know why that one's that's previously removed. Okay, here it is. Yeah, I confirmed with Lee County that they received his DMV registration in January of 16, and he's still active there. Jeffrey Blaylock, again, not approved, no record of attempt to register with us. He is removed in Randolph County, but he didn't try to register with us. George Bonsall, I recommend approval. He did attempt to register with us in November of 19. However, it was missing a signature. We sent a letter, we got no response, but we still consider that an attempt to register. Christina Bowman, again, not approved, no record of attempt to register with us. Daniel Bowman, not approved, no record of attempt to register with us. Andrew Boynton. There is no record of attempt to register with us. He did mention that he had just moved from Colorado to the precinct official when he called in, so I recommend not approving. Lane Bradshaw Moats, no attempt to register with us and has an inactive status in Cumberland County.
So did all of these people, I mean, there's no division here between one stop and election day?
You can tell that from the spreadsheet because there weren't that many for one stop. If it
They don't
says,
have a spreadsheet.
well, this, it'll still say this. Where's Bradshaw?
It says precinct voted, so.
Yes, and that's because the precinct voted is where they are, like, where their address would have them registered to vote. But if you look at the provisional poll book number, the AG stands for Ag Center, so that is a one stop. Oh wait, we're on Bradshaw notes, but the one underneath him, it says AG, so that means he voted in the Ag Center, one stop early voting.
Well, so I guess my question is for the one above that, the Lane Bradshaw notes, or I think that's the one we're on. The precinct's Bass, he voted in Bass. And we're not gonna approve his
That's-
ballot because he's not registered. So I guess my question is if he presents himself in Bass, why not register him?
Well, that's not the one stop site. Bass Town Hall, VTH, would be the early voting.
Okay,
So that was election day.
okay.
Okay, the next one. Charles Brooks. This gentleman submitted an absentee request. He is a resident in Pinehurst Rehab. We received that absentee request October 26th, one day before the absentee request deadline. The voter registration deadline was October 9th. He is not registered. So we could not issue him that absentee ballot by mail. I went out to Pinehurst Rehab and did these ballots, these provisional ballots for, I think there was 5, but we'll get to them. But I recommend disapproval just because there was no record of registration anywhere in the state. There was no attempt to register him by the deadline. We had been in contact with the facility about registering the voters. Before we did absentee requests, there was no registration from him. So based on that, I recommend disapproval.
Now, Carrie, am I not correct that if we had gotten the request in before the 9th of October, we would have issued a provisional ballot and recommended that y'all approve it because we would have interpreted the request for an absentee could be seen as being an attempt to register or a thought to register. So, but since everything was after the deadline, we wouldn't recommend that.
Robert Brown, again, not approved. I found no attempt to register in our system. Ruby Brown. Ruby Brown voted at the Ag Center. Should have been no ID provided. She was not registered, so she was the same day registrant, or would have been, however, there was no ID provided. So she was told again to bring it back, and I apologize, this should have been under the first group, I didn't catch that one. She has until 5 p.m. to bring it back today. But if she does not, I recommend not approving. Sherry Brown, again, no record of attempt to register, so I recommend not approving. Teresa Brown, no record of attempt to register. I recommend disapproval. Veronica Buckland, no record of registration, no record of attempt to register, and she has an active status in Watauga County. Linda Birch. This was another one at Pinehurst Rehab. We didn't even receive the absentee request. We received no registration. She's active in Scotland County. So we recommend disapproval on that ballot as well. Lonnie Birchfield, I have no record of attempt to register here, and he has an active registration in Randolph County. Paige Bird. She was removed in October of 19 due to a registration in Lee that, the state system will share registrations in other counties. They use duplicate reports to check registrations in other counties. So she was removed in 2019 due to registering in Lee County. She's now removed from Lee County. However, there was no attempt to re-register here in Moore County. Alex Callahan, no attempt to register here in Moore County, and he has an active status in Wake County.
Okay, Madam Chairman, could we get a motion on the ones that we have considered so far so that we can begin to open up these, because I don't want to separate anything until we have the motion.
Okay, so I move to not approve the 2 provisional ballots where ID was not provided on page 1. You want it broken down like that?
Yes,
Well,
please.
just have to blanket motion to approve everything she's done unless you have a problem with it.
Well, some of them we aren't approving. Can't just
We can approve
those.
a recommendation.
Okay, so which one? All right, so a motion to approve the director's recommendations, our current list up to page 7.
Did you finish page 7?
No, we're on page 7.
I gave them all
Here, do you want to take that one?
there to alphabet C. I know that.
We just did up to,
Alex Callahan was the last one.
Through Alex Callahan.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
All right, so a motion's been made and seconded to approve the director's recommendations for approval of ballots through Alex Callahan. Any further discussion? All those in
I
favor?
would also add that this ought to be made part of the record so that we know what we're talking about. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Brianna Campbell.
okay. I'm just gonna say Miss Campbell, I do not want to mispronounce the name. I recommend not approval. There is no record of attempt to register before the deadline. We did receive a registration, however, it was received on November 4th. Rosa Capel. Again, no record of attempt to register with us and currently inactive in Richmond counties.
So can we go back to the Campbell woman who missed the registration deadline by 1 day?
No,
No?
the registration deadline was October 9th. She registered November 4th,
Okay.
or November 3rd, I'm sorry.
Where did she go?
PMB. Rosa Capel, inactive in Richmond, no record of attempt to register. Jill Carter, recommend not approval. We do have an attempt to register, however, it was after the deadline. It was received on October 26th. Dorothy Carver, no record of attempt to register and has an inactive status in Lee County. Megan Castleberry, no record of attempt to register, and we received the registration form from her on November 3rd. And that was DMV as well. Gallo Cervantes, no record of attempt to register anywhere. Not approved. Kelly Clark, not approved. We do have an attempt to register, however, it was after the deadline. It was received on October 29th. Matthew Collette, not approved, no record of attempt to register anywhere.
Okay, well, I hate to dwell on it. If we go back to like Kelly Clark, registration received after the deadline, which was the 9th, I think, of October. So if you receive her application to register on 10/29, is she notified that she's missed the application for registering to vote, but she can register to vote during one stop?
Yes, we do, we send letters, we call, and that's what I was saying is typically we send letters and then we try to call when it gets closer to the deadline. Like this person, we definitely called because there were only 2 days left of early voting.
Did you reach these people?
Some of them we did.
Well, there's only 2. You know what you just said? There were only 2
2
because they were
days.
so close.
2
She
days.
missed 2
Oh,
days.
okay. But were there lots of those?
I mean, there were a lot who submitted after the deadline. And I had
That's what I'm
several
saying.
resource workers making calls to try and reach these people. They were leaving messages. I mean, we try to reach out to all of them.
Actually, wasn't the deadline, wasn't the last day even at one stop, the 27th?
No, it was the 27th was the absentee request deadline,
Okay. And the last day to register was when?
October 9th.
I'm sorry, at the one stop.
Oh, October 31st.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Brandon Cornelison, again, no record of attempt to register anywhere. James Coward, no record of attempt to register that I found in our system. Paul Curtis, not approved, no record of attempt to register found. Camille Davis, I found no record of attempt to register, and she is also has an inactive status in Cumberland County. Elizabeth Davis, I found no record of attempt to register anywhere. Justin Davis, no record of attempt to register, and also has an inactive status in Nash County. Robin Davis, no record of attempt to register anywhere, not approved. William Davis, there was an attempt to register, however, it was after the deadline on October 24th. Jeremy Daywalt, no record of attempt to register anywhere. Connor Dial, no record of attempt to register. Joel Dills. Is that on your list?
Yes.
That should be in the previously removed. I recommend that one for approval. He was removed due to inactivity, which means he hadn't voted in, 4 years, I think. He hadn't voted in 4 years. However, he has not left Moore County. I found no record of registration anywhere outside of Moore County. So I recommend that ballot for approval. Dills. I should have put that on the previous. But yes. The provisional address is different from his removed record address, but he has no record of registration anywhere outside of Moore County here in North Carolina.
Can we back up? Go back to that James Coward.
Who's that?
James Coward.
Oh, okay.
Can I see that? And this is the.
Yeah, see that, see what this thing.
That's.
So it goes in like a.
You get, you'll go into. Your review
Special. Me and Susan didn't get one. Did you get one? Did you? Yeah.
Just
So there's a reason.
No, that's fine. And that little white sheet's just my little.
No,
What
I
I
like
take
it,
that
but that's a good way of reporting your investigation.
Try, because there's so much.
Oh, thank you.
The sun's shining outside, y'all.
Well, I just got another alert.
Sun's shining. It's an alert for
The only
sunshine.
reason I asked to see that is
No, you're fine.
there's a James Howard, same age,
Oh, okay.
and I'm just wondering how they, could it have been a clerical, but
Okay, that was Dills.
Yes.
Okay.
Cameron Dockery.
Cameron Dockery. He was, I apologize, this should be under previously removed as well, but he was removed in August of 2020 this year. The reason was moved within state, which means they registered in another county. He registered in Rockingham County. He does have an active status there, and I found no record of attempt to register here again in Moore County. Joshua Doherty, no record of attempt to register here in Moore County. Noah Dowd, no record of attempt to register. Hunter Downing, there was an attempt to register, however, it was on election day through the DMV, and he has an active status in Hope County. Javon Drakeford, no record of attempt to register. Megan Doobie, she did attempt to register, however, it was November 1st, so it was after the deadline. Natasha Ducanis, no record of attempt to register here with us. Cole Dumas, no record of attempt to register. Cody Dunn, he registered with the DMV, however, it was on election day, so no record of attempt to register before the deadline. Timothy Dye, no record of attempt to register anywhere.
And Mr. Lewis.
Is that what he said? Yes. I'm sorry. Brandon DeAndre Edward, I believe is where we're at. Again, his registration was received on election day, and he has an active status in Chatham County, so not approved. Brandon Ryan Edwards, no record of attempt to register found. Eric Elsner, no record of attempt to register found. Chastity English, no record of attempt to register. Corey English, no record of attempt to register. Harry Enlow, no record of attempt to register. Caden Enriquez, registered on election day with the DMV, so not approved. Carrie Everett, I think I have her marked as approved, correct? Okay, she should be approved based on, she submitted a registration, and let me check, I believe it was the DMV in December of 2019. There was, I believe, she did not sign it, missing signature. So we sent her a letter, she did not respond, however, she did attempt to register, so I recommend approval. George Farrell.
This is not approved, right? He hadn't been arrested.
Okay, he voted at the Aberdeen rec station during one stop. And there, he did a same day registration, however, he did not move 30 days before the election. His move date was October 6th. So based on that, he would not be approved. Camille Ferris. We have a DMV registration in 2015. However, she registered in Buncombe County in 2016 and is inactive there and has had no attempt to register here since, so not approved. Kevin Field, no record of attempt to register. Charles Fowler, no record of attempt to register. William Fraley, I have him approved. He was removed in January of 2019 due to list.
That's not in our
We
list.
don't have him.
Oh, he's probably previously removed and I didn't change him. Sorry, I was doing a lot of the last minute changes to these this morning. Lisa Gallimore.
Gary Garber.
My apologies. I should probably go previously removed. And I think this just says too. Gary Garber. No record to attempt to register and has an active status in Henderson County. Kenneth Garner, no record of attempt to register. Claude Gatling, no record of attempt to register and has an active status in Mecklenburg. Angela Gaudette, no record of attempt to register. We did note she is military, however, she was not deployed on October 9th, so she does not get an exemption for the registration deadline. Chip Glass, no record of attempt to register. He has a removed status in Harnett, but he did not try to register here anymore. Joseph Gradzewitz, no record of attempt to register. Kevin Grosso, no record of attempt to register. Danielle Brigo, no record of attempt to register and has an active status in Cumberland County. Chelsea Hall, no record. We do have a record of attempt to registration, however, it's after the October 9th deadline. We received it on October 13th. Ernest Hancock, no record of attempt to register. Okay, Hampton Haney, I recommend this one for approval. They are currently inactive in Henderson County, but he registered in Henderson County in 2014. He attempted to register with us in November of 16, and it was an incomplete application, so we reached out and didn't receive anything back. But based on the inactive status in Henderson and the fact that he attempted to register here after he registered in Henderson, I recommend this one for approval.
But he lives here and there's no question about Henderson, he moved away.
Yes, and I trust that. I mean, he did provide an address here in Robbins. He said he resides here, and he's inactive in Henderson, so that means he hasn't voted in at least 2 years. I can, call Henderson and research that a little bit more if you'd like, but based on the inactive status and the fact that he attempted to register here after Henderson, I recommend approval. Brian Hapkin, no record of attempt to register. Brenda Hash, no record of attempt to register. Jeremy Hedrick, no record of attempt to register and also has an active status in Lee County. Daphne Hedspeth, no record of attempt to register and has an inactive status in Wilkes County. Enrique Hernandez, no record of attempt to register and has an inactive status in Montgomery County. Angela Heron, no record of attempt to register and was not in the county more than 30 days. She voted at one stop. She moved on October 13th. So based on the 30 days rule, I do not recommend approval. Timothy Heron, no record of attempt to register. Karen Hill, no record of attempt to register. David Holliday, no record of attempt to register. Kirk Hudgens, no record of attempt to register and also has an inactive status in Wake County. Sarah Hughes, I was gonna say, I'm looking at this one. She voted at the Ag Center. But she was previously denied here in Moore County. I'm not sure. Let's see why I don't have it written down.
Incomplete address.
Okay, yes. What she did is she provided only her mailing address in Seven Lakes, not a physical address. And so obviously she was denied due to the mail verification. We didn't, or not mail verification, we didn't have a valid residential address for her. So we couldn't, register her basically. We didn't have a residence. So she was denied due to that.
This is Sarah Hughes.
Yes, but we do have an incomplete, I'm sorry.
Did she give us something now?
Yes, okay. I apologize, I misspoke. She was denied due to mail verification back in 19. However, she registered again in September of this year. She's in the incomplete queue because she did not provide a residence address in Seven Lakes. We only have the mailing. And we haven't gotten that response yet. But we do have it on the provisional application. So that meets those requirements of that residential address and we recommend approval.
You can contact her at McDonald's or at 103 Baker Circle.
That's what I have.
She makes for me.
Oh, yes, sorry. So now we have everything.
Okay.
Travis Hunley, not approved. He did try to register with us, however, it was after the deadline. It was on October, I apologize. He said he registered with us on October 13th. However, he is active in Mecklenburg County with that registration. Karen Jacobs, no record of registration or attempt to register. Kayla Jacobs, no record of attempt to register, and she has an active status in Robeson County.
So out of curiosity, if she's active in Robeson County and she presents here to vote, you know, like you were saying, that once you receive the provisional ballots, then they're registered in more counties. So for all these people that have active statuses in other counties, once we receive that provisional, whether we approve it or deny it, are all of these people now registered in Moore County?
And we will report it to those corresponding counties to be removed.
Okay.
And, you know, for whatever reason that doesn't go through, we have a duplicate report every month so that we can compare to other counties to make sure that we have, you know, everything is good and clean.
Thank you.
Jennifer Jancy Schlichter, no record of attempt to register. Ricky Jane, no record of attempt to register and has an inactive status in Brunswick County. Jessica Jester, no record of attempt to register. Mary Johnson, no record of attempt to register and also has an inactive status in Hope County. Michael Johnson, no record of attempt to register. Presley Johnson, no record of attempt to register. Joshua Jones, he provided, the address he provided on his provisional application is in Duplin County. So, and he is registered in Duplin County. So not approved, not Moore County. Kiana Jones, we do have an attempt to register, however, it was after the deadline. We received it on October 29th. She is also actively registered in Guilford County. Jason Jordan. Is he on the list? Okay, well, it should be on previous. I recommend approval.
Jason Jordan.
Okay, Jason Jordan, it says not approved, but I recommend approval. He was removed in December of 14 for inactivity, removed after 2 federal general elections. There is no record of registration in any other county. So based on that, I would recommend approval.
So he's previously removed,
Yeah, and
but
some,
no evidence he ever left the county.
no evidence he ever left. Okay, so based on that, I recommend him for approval.
So if you move to the county and it's, you know, not 30 days prior to the election, is your only recourse to go back to wherever it was that you came from to vote? And what if that was a different state or?
Well, you could vote absentee possibly.
Yeah.
Once you move though, maybe if you may be in a twilight zone where you can't vote in either place. It may just be the luck of the draw.
And I can't speak for other states' laws, but that's how we look at it, and that's what we recommend people is, you know, to contact their other state and possibly vote absentee.
Can I follow up on Elizabeth's question? I understand when somebody registers late and you can't consider it. I think you said you'll consider that a registration for the next time around.
Yes,
But my question is a little different. If somebody attempts to vote provisionally and there's no record of registration, do we consider, and we decline their ballot this time around, are they still going to have to come forward and apply to be registered?
No,
Or
every
will we,
single-
by the mere fact of a provisional ballot attempt, we will consider them registered in the future?
every single provisional application acts as a registration. So even if their ballot is
Okay.
disapproved,
All right.
I will scan every
You
single
you
one
may
of
have
these.
said
in.
that before, but I just wanted to make
That's
sure I
okay.
understood.
Yeah, they will all be registered going forward.
All right.
Conrad Calize, I believe is where we left off. No record of attempt to register. Jason Kennedy, he did attempt to register, however, he did that on November 2nd. Chelsea King, no record of attempt to register. Michelle Clement, no record of attempt to register. Daniel LaPlume, no record of attempt to register. Tanya Lawson, no record of attempt to register. She reported an issue with the DMV, however, they did not have any record of that. Ernest Legg, no record of attempt to register. Shelby Leggett, no record of attempt to register, and she has an active status in Lee County. Jacob Lennon, no record of attempt to register. Terrence Leslie,
Should be Raymond. Okay.
okay, sorry, he's in another section. Okay, Ramon Lacan, no record of attempt to register and has an inactive status in Lee County.
Okay, if we look at Jacob Lennon, who is from Eureka Whispering Pines, and he voted in Carthage, and he's not registered, so I go back to if he presents himself to vote in Carthage at the one stop, and he's not registered,
That's not,
but
one
if the
stops are
registered,
gonna be different. So he voted at Carthage, the actual election day precinct.
oh, okay. So what is the code here for Carthage one stop?
Carthage is AG,
Okay. Ag
Bass
Center,
is BTH,
BTA.
Aberdeen is RS, and the Pinehurst Community Center was PCC. So if you see those, that's one stop,
What does RS stand for?
recreation station.
Well, from what you're saying, can we assume that there are, because I don't always know which ones are the one stop, because I haven't memorized these. Can we assume that if somebody had not been registered here, but showed up at one stop before the October 31st deadline?
Well, there's not the deadline for a one stop, so you can.
I know
one
that,
day-
that's my question. So nobody will be turned down as long as they show up. We will
Right.
urge them to register.
Really, the only reason someone may have to vote provisionally at one stop is the HAVA ID requirements, because those are required of every
Okay.
first time voter.
Okay.
So that would, and I think that was the only reason these people did, or the moving within 30 days. Those are typically the only
All right.
reasons that they're gonna vote provisionally at one stop. Roland, did I say Roland Little already? Roland Little, no record of attempt to register. Bobby Litzinger, no record of attempt to register. Jessica Locklear, no record of attempt to register and has an active status in Randolph County. Taylor Long, I recommend for approval. She is in the voter scan archive. It looks like she pre-registered when she was 16 through the DMV. And we only recently switched where it manually flips all them as their birthday comes around to registration. And she it was sent to archive. It never got flipped for whatever reason. So based on that, she attempted to register and we recommend approval. Lindsay Lovett, no record of attempt to register. Colby Luck, no record of attempt to register. Bernard Lynch, no record of attempt to register and has an active status in Harnett County.
This is Hope.
Bernard Lynch. I must have typed that wrong because it is Harnett. I apologize. Sherrill Mandeville, no record of attempt to register. Shayna Martin, no record of attempt to register. Tanya Martin, no record of attempt to register and has an inactive status in Cumberland County. Holly Martindale, we do have a record, an attempt to register, however, it received 10/20 after the deadline. Edgardo Martinez, no record of attempt to register and has an active status in Lee County. Arthur Mason Jr.,
Should be Mander.
Mandermaston.
Yep, and the master. No record of attempt to register and has an active status in Montgomery County. Lauren Maxton, no record of attempt to register. Jason Mayhall, no record of attempt to register. Gina McLeod, she registered, however, it was not received until October 17th after the deadline. Reginald McLeod. Recommend for approval. The poll workers had issues with his address pulling up. So, and he voted at one stop and they had trouble with entering that address. So they had him vote provisionally based on issues entering that address. We have got it, it's a good address, so we recommend approving that one. John McClester, no record of attempt to register and has an active status in Richmond County. Destry McMaster, no record of attempt to register and has an active status in Harnett County. William McNair, no record of registration or attempt to register and active in Montgomery County. Destiny McNally, no record of attempt to register and active in Randolph. Nelisha McFadder, no record of attempt to register. Earl McGill, no record of attempt to register. Megan Mitchell, no record of attempt to register. Monica Montanari. We recommend this one for approval. She did attempt to register October 8th before the deadline. However, it was missing a signature. We have not received a response to that letter, but she did attempt to register before the deadline, so that should be approved. Ryan Morales, no record of attempt to register. Joshua Morgan, no record of attempt to register and also active in Randolph County. Cleveland Morrison. We have no record of registration. He's active in Richmond County. He requested a ballot back in February, and this on October 26th, he's another resident of Pinehurst Rehab. We sent him a letter based on that absentee request in February, and we did not receive a response. Do you have different thoughts on that?
But this is still at the Pinehurst Rehab where you guys went. And so that's where he filled out the provisional ballot.
Yeah, I had to have him hand fill out all of these, or I filled them out, but. Melanie Morrison, I recommend for approval. We found an attempt to register in the archives back in 2012, and I found no other registrations for her out of this county. Oh, sorry. Jennifer Morvant, she did attempt to register, however, it was past the deadline. It was received on October 27th. Matthew Needham, no record of attempt to register. I mean, I did receive one November 8th, but I'm pretty sure he knew that was after the deadline. Cody Norman, he voted at one stop at the Bass Town Hall, and he voted provisionally because he did not have any HAVA ID. Again, he has until 5 p.m. today to bring that in, but if he does not, we recommend disapproval.
This would be a good spot to say, consider that we accept these that have been presented at this time.
All right, what was the last, was it cable? On
Cody
page 7?
Norman, Cody Norman,
Campbell.
Okay, so from Rosalie Capel, or Campbell's the
Campbell.
first one.
The one above it.
Callahan was the last one we approved.
No, the next one after Callahan, Campbell.
We did approve
Pinto,
Campbell or not?
Louise, that was our line. You see? Over here. So that's
Yeah,
what, that was
so-
our cutoff.
All right, so I will move that the recommendations of staff as set forth in the provisional records be approved from page 7, Chantone Campbell, up through, what was the last page, page 18? Did we finish 18? 19?
Are we on Norman Cody?
Up through Norman Cody, I believe there was one exception where it was mismarked. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, Jason Jordan, I believe you said was marked not approved, but in fact, you are recommending approval on that. So with that one exception, I would move approval of your recommendations as set forth in your submission.
Second. All right, so this motion made and seconded to approve the director's recommendations for the ballots that we just, the provisional ballots we just reviewed. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? So the motion carries.
Jennifer Morvant, no record, oh, she did attempt to register, however, it was,
should be Hannah Osteen.
Hannah
oh,
Osteen.
I'm sorry.
Hannah Osteen.
Here we are, sorry. Hannah Osteen, no record of attempt to register. Sandy O'Toole, no record of attempt to register. Laura Kane, no record of attempt to register. Garrett Parker,
Garrett Thomas.
Garrett Thomas Parker. And I'd like to ask Amy to look at something in this one before I move forward. Would you go pull up the state boards and see when he registered here, because if it was before that, then it should be. I apologize. Do you want to keep moving and we'll come back to that? That was Garrett Parker. here. James Patton, no record of attempt to register. Yes, he did. This should be approved.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, it doesn't say it on the front. He did attempt to register back in 16, and it's in the archive, but he did make that attempt, so that should be approved. Sarah Pierce, no record of attempt to register. Abraham Pelton, no record of attempt to register. James Perhel, no record of attempt to register. Adam Pettit, no record of attempt to register. Crystal Pettit, no record of attempt to register. Lynn Taimai Fan, I recommend this one for approval as she voted provisionally because she is not registered on election day. However, she earned her citizenship on November 2nd. So based on that, we do allow those voters to, I think they actually are allowed to register on election day, submit a registration form and vote. But they had her vote provisionally, which doesn't, is that correct? It doesn't hurt anything, but I do recommend that for approval based on those.
Can we talk about that for a minute?
We can.
I'm just, what's the legal authority for making an exception for a new citizen?
If anyone gains their eligibility after the books close and on or before election day, they are allowed to register and vote on election day.
Is that a state law or is that a federal?
That's well, I know it's a state law, I'm not sure where it's federal law, but probably
Okay,
is.
so this should be.
So somebody who gets the citizenship, or somebody who might get their citizenship rights restored, they could not say I'm eligible while the books are open, because they wouldn't be. But once they, and also a military person who is out of the county deployed, when the books close, they can actually register and vote on election day.
Mhm. Okay, back to Garrett Parker. I had Annie check for me. He registered in Hope County in '05, and he is inactive there. However, we do have an archived attempt in 2017 where he tried to register here. So that's after his Hope County registration. There was a missing signature, I believe. So based on that, that should be approved.
Now, he's still active in Hope County.
He is inactive in Hope.
Okay. All right.
William Phillips, no attempt to register and has an inactive status in Chatham County. Misty Pierce Cloutier, no attempt to register. Samantha Poplar. Cooler, I apologize, I can't read that. I am to look at this one. Say why she's voted.
No record of attempting to register.
Yeah, but she voted at one stop. No, I'm sorry, I see it. No ID provided. So she was same day registration at one stop, however, she did not meet the HAVA ID requirements. So she has until 5 p.m.
Carrie, will you be marking that on this exhibit so that we,
Ms. Glenda's making notes for me and I will go back in the system and change those. Megan Presley.
No, Toby.
She's a previous year. Toby Prudhomme. We did not find any attempt for him to register here, and he is active in Cumberland County.
She should be up.
Brittany Purcell should actually be a previously removed. She was removed in 2017 due to 2 federal general elections inactive. That was maintenance. However, we don't have any other registrations for her throughout the county or throughout the state. I apologize. No, where she registered anywhere else, so I recommend this one for approval.
So that's Brittany Purcell.
Yes. DeQuandra Quick, I recommend for approval. She attempted to register in 2017, or I apologize. He attempted to register in 2017. It was archived. We were missing a signature. So based on that, he attempted. I recommend that one for approval. Joseph Rangel, no record of attempt to register. Joshua Raymond attempted to register, but it was after the deadline. We received that on October 26th. Aaron Rayner, no record of attempt to register and has an active status in Columbus County. Mitchell Reddy, no record of attempt to register. Todd Redenbaugh, he is active in Cumberland County. However, he did attempt to register here in September, and we were missing a signature. So I believe that one should be approved. And that's that. Alicia Redmond, no record of attempt to register. Stephen Reeves, no record of attempt to register. William Regaspi, no record of attempt to register. Abigail Reeder, she has an inactive status in Wake County and she did attempt to register, however, it wasn't until November 1st. John Richards, no record of attempt to register. Elijah Ring, no record of attempt to register and is inactive in Pitt County. Jeremy,
Yes.
he should be under previously removed. However, he was removed due to a confirmation card not returned. So he was he's inactive. I'm sorry, he's not removed. That's why. He didn't return a confirmation card when we reached out about an address status. However, it, I believe, is.
Looks like coworker error.
Yeah, I think it was coworker error because that's all it is he should have been allowed to know, update
Just to update the
address. Yeah, that one's good. Chelsea Roback, and I have her not approved, correct? Approved, okay. This one was a little new to me. She was previously removed due to a sustained challenge back in 2016 on her address. However, when she voted provisionally, the address that she was thought to be at, am I saying that right, is the address she provided on the provisional application. So she is now, or will be registered at the correct address, so I recommend approval on that.
We had a copy of her letter when we sent her the challenge notice back in 2016, saying that it indicates that you are living at the address shown. It was just a change within the precinct. And at that point in time, we were removing. But if you were challenged within 90 days of the election, we had to reactivate everybody there's no evidence that she ever left the county, so we should approve that.
Leslie Rodriguez, no record of attempt to register. Stanley Romig, no record of attempt to register. Kristen Rose, no record of attempt to register. Ryan Ross.
Oh, for error.
Yeah, we shouldn't even be in this category. It was just an unreported move. And that should be approved. And 7 Lakes to Cameron, did he get the right balance time?
No.
So this would be a partial approval.
7 Lakes to Cameron. Yeah, Cameron's an 01 and 7 Lakes is an 03.
But yes, this one's gonna have to be partial, because the precinct he voted at didn't have the ballot styling should have been issued.
Is this Ryan Ross?
Ryan, yes, Ryan Ross. Andrew Rotolo, no record of attempt to register and has an inactive status in Durham County.
Well, can we look at Ryan Ross for just a second? And if he had an unreported move, then we're gonna accept that provisional ballot and now his
We got
move
this
will
not
be reported.
so it's a partial count because we're
We got the wrong ballot.
right.
Yes. No,
So it says he's
he received the
registered.
correct
He
ballot.
was
size.
inactive.
Okay,
Yeah, he was
I'm
in his
sorry.
new precinct,
yes,
so
he
he's
was in his
okay.
new precinct, that's my error. Okay, Andrew Rotolo, we did that. Jordan Rouse, no record of attempt to register. Tyler Rush, no record of attempt to register. Kevin Rushing, no record of attempt to register.
It's a cricket, y'all. Good luck.
He's made good friends. I think he's a good friend.
It's a cricket.
Voter from Alaska.
Ann Russell, no record of attempt to register and is inactive in Mecklenburg County. Aaron Santana, no record of attempt to register. Brian Santiago, he did attempt to register, however, it was after the deadline. We received that on October 29th. Matthew Schoolcraft, he did attempt to register, however, not until November 2nd. Laura Lee Scott, this one could be approved. And I actually spoke to her before election day, but after one stop, she called, she was checking the registration, she didn't see it. What it was is, it was received timely and stamped by the state board, however, it was up by the disclaimers on the form, so I did not see it. We received it October 21st from the state, so I thought it was after the deadline, so that was my error, and I told her that, and I told her she could vote provisionally, and it should be approved because her registration was received by the state board timely. Sarah Sebastian, no record of attempt to register. Anna Sharp, she was another one at Pinehurst Rehab. She requested an absentee ballot on October 26th. However, we have no record of registration from her, and she is actively registered in Lee County. Timothy Simmons, no record of attempt to register. Tina Simmons. Heather Sindoni, no record of attempt to register. Brent Slosser, no record of attempt to register. And he is active in Dare County. April Smith, no record of attempt to register. Nicholas Smith, no record of attempt to register and is actively registered in Hope County. Wendell Smith, no record of attempt to register. Caitlin Smithley, no record of attempt to register. Larry Spruill, no record of attempt to register. Sadie Stevens, no record of attempt to register. George Stoner, no record of attempt to register.
Shows him approved.
Okay, hold on, 'cause I thought he was too, and I just don't have
The
it.
poll worker process is ATV change.
That's right. The poll worker, he had a change to his record and they processed the ATV change, but then they made him vote a provisional ballot, so it should be approved.
It's ATV.
Authorization to vote.
Do we need to all go up to the front door and greet all these people that had to be here by 5 o'clock?
Angela is going out to check to see, and she's checking her emails. She's called the post office. The post office has nothing, so we're making that check right now.
Allenson Strathide, no record of attempt to register. Andrew Strathide, no record of attempt to register. Dannon Sunga, no record of attempt to register and is actively registered in Cumberland. Kelly Tedder, no record of attempt to register and is active in Harnett County. Nicholas Thompson, no record of attempt to register. Joffrey Cannon, no record of attempt to register. Mary Todd, no record of attempt to register and is active in Johnston County. Nicole Torres, no record of attempt to register, active in Cumberland. Veronica Torres, no record of attempt to register. Michael Talaus, no record of attempt to register. Chris Tucker, he is active in Henderson County and his registration was not received until October 26th. Patricia Vacanti, no record of attempt to register. Carrie Vampola, no record of attempt to register. Alana Vasquez, she did attempt to register, however, it was after the deadline on October 28th. Lisa Vinash, no record of attempt to register. Topat Varani, he is, inactive in Wake County, and no record of attempt to register here. Benjamin Votaw, no record of attempt to register. Jennifer Wallace, no record of attempt to register and is also inactive in Edgecombe County. Robert Wareham, no record of attempt to register. Savannah Watson, no record of attempt to register. John Wirt, inactive in Hope County, no attempt to register here. Ainsley Williver, no attempt to register. LaCrystal Weston is inactive in Cumberland and no attempt to register. Dalton Wheelis is active in Orange County and no attempt to register here. Courtney Wilbur is active in Mecklenburg with no attempt to register here. Curtis Williams, no attempt to register here. Nicholas Williams, no record of attempt to register. Ashley Worcester, no record of attempt to register. Kyle Worcester, no record of attempt to register and is also inactive in Randolph County. Shavar Worthy, no record of attempt to register. Holly Wright, she did attempt to register, however, not until November 2nd, which is after the deadline. Catherine Wright is inactive in Richmond County. She submitted a registration on November 4th, which is obviously not timely. Daniel Young, no record of attempt to register and is inactive in Wake County. Leslie Warrenberg,
We don't have her. So our list goes to previously removed.
yes. And I apologize for that because I was trying to fix some of these and I didn't remove them even though I changed them in the system. So these are going to go with the previously removed.
Okay.
Can I have one other question? Because we have a number of these that are after the usual deadline of October 9th, but before the cutoff of registering at One Stop. How are the registrations coming into us at that time? Are people showing up here? Do they mail them in? Is it DMV or
All
how,
three.
how are they arriving?
All of them.
So if they come here, presumably we tell them right up front. You
Yeah,
can't,
if they
you
came
don't
up here, we
expect to
would tell
vote
them
unless you
just-
go to One Stop.
Yeah, we would tell them, just go to early voting and you can register there and vote all at once. But if they mail it in or it's DMV,
That's
then
where
we
you
have to
try to
reach
reach out.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, previously removed. Ted Adamo. I have him marked not approved. He was removed in 2016 for moving within the state. He registered in Richmond County where he is still actively registered.
Is it Ted or Todd?
I have Todd. Did I say Ted?
She said,
I'm hearing from, sorry.
she said 2016 and it says 2019. So,
I'm sorry, I was trying to review these and review these and review these. Make sure everything was right on the spreadsheet. Arthur Alford, I have him approved. He was removed due to inactivity through list maintenance in January of 19. However, I have no record of him registering outside of this county. So I recommend approval. Dennis Alley was removed in June of 2019 for moving within the state. He registered in Brunswick where he is actively registered. We did receive a registration after the deadline on October 23rd. However, he didn't go to same day registration. So I recommend disapproval on that. Karina Amaya, not approved. She was removed in February of 19 for moving within the state. She registered in Hope County where she is actively registered. Roger Armstrong, I recommend for approval. He was removed in January of 19 for list maintenance, which was inactivity. However, there is no record of registration outside of Moore County. So based on that, I recommend approval. Amber Baldwin, I recommend approval. She was removed in 2017 for inactivity, but I found no registration outside of Moore County. Tracy Bennett, removed in January of 19 for inactivity. However, no other registrations outside of the county. In fact, she's at the same address, so I recommend approval. Daniel Bowlerjack, removed in 17 for inactivity. Although his provisional address is different from his removed record, there is no record of registration outside of Moore County, so I recommend approval.
did we skip Aaron Berry?
Oh, yes, because I have a pile here from the other one. Aaron Berry, I apologize. He was removed in 19. And I will bring this one around and show you.
We can read it. On your-
Okay. He was removed in 19. There is no record of re-registering, so I recommend disapproval. Okay, Darian Brewer, he was removed due to inactivity. However, I found no record of registration outside the county, so I recommend approval.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Maybe I'm comparing apples and oranges, but we're removing, people are removed due to inactivity, but we still allow them to vote under the circumstances you just outlined. But we remove them due to a felony conviction, and we don't.
That's because-
Is there a provision of state law that says that they affirmatively have to re-register before they can be considered? Okay.
And actually, when they're removed for that reason, we send them a letter letting them know all of that as well, so.
And then what are legislative changes with this election? But still, you have to register.
Sheila Brower, she was removed in 13 for inactivity. I found no out-of-county registration, so I recommend approval. Michael Brown, removed in 14 for inactivity, no out-of-county registration found, so I recommend approval. Michael Burgess, he was removed in 16 for moving within the state. It was due to his registration in Richmond County. He is inactive in Richmond County, but he's still registered there. He did attempt to register here, however, it was after the deadline. It was October 14th. Nicholas Butler, he was removed in 2007. However, there was no attempt to re-register here. Jennifer Casper, removed in 13 due to inactivity. However, no record of registration outside of Warren County. Leon Cole, removed in January 19 for inactivity. However, no record of registration outside the county, so I recommend approval. James Kaufner was removed in January 19 due to inactivity. However, no registration outside the county. Tanisha Crawford, she was removed in 16 due to a registration in Richmond County, where she is still actively registered. We did receive a registration on October 10th. However, she did not go to One Stop and same day register, so not approved. Jerry Davis, removed in 2017 for moving within the state. He registered in Randolph County, where he is still actively registered. Angel Dennis, removed in August of 2020, moved within the state due to a registration in Hope County, where she is still actively registered. William Day, removed in January of 13 due to inactivity. No registrations out of the county, so I recommend approval.
You want us to take action on, we've got about 13 pages. We haven't taken action. You want us to approve those since then, so. All right. Then, I think it was on page 19. I would move we accept the staff's recommendations from page 19 Anna Osteen, up through, what was the last one?
William Day.
William Day. On page 32.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the staff's recommendations for accepting ballots. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Tyranny Dowd was denied back in July of 19 due to mail verification. It was returned undeliverable. The first one was returned to us undeliverable. We mailed a confirmation card and it was not returned to us, so that put it in the denial status. However, the address we forwarded the original verification card to that was, or confirmation card that was not returned, is the address on the provisional application, so I recommend approval based on that. Christopher Dutton was removed in January of 19 due to inactivity, no registration outside the county, recommend approval. Brandon Evans was removed in 16 due to moving within the state. Registered in Harnett County in 16. He was denied there due to mail verification. However, there was no attempt to register here in Warren County after removal.
Okay, so he's in Moore County, he moves to Harnett County. He changes his address. And then he doesn't get registered in Harnett County. How does that remove him from our roles? From our registrations?
It removed him because he registered in Harnett County. Now, the mail verification denied him because they can never get mail to him, but there was a registration form submitted to Harnett County for him. Kira Fairley, she was removed in 18 due to moving within the state. She is inactive in Cumberland County, and she did attempt to register here, however, it was not until November 2nd, so not approved. Noemi Fairley, she was removed in 2017 for inactivity. I found no other registrations throughout the account or the state, so I recommend approval. Randy Fields was removed in 19 due to inactivity. There are no other registrations throughout the state, so I recommend approval. Jermaine Fry, removed in 13 due to inactivity. However, there are no other registrations throughout the state, so I recommend approval.
Did I miss William Fraley?
You did?
Yeah, William Fraley.
Leaving.
Field and Fry.
Didn't he used to be on the, is he on this show?
William Crawley.
Crawley, okay.
Very good, very good.
This is bill is approved. I don't think that helps you out.
Great. I can keep looking, or do you like me?
Let's just move forward and see if it comes up.
Okay, that works. Tommy Fry, removed in 2019 to inactivity.
Now it's just Tammy Fry.
It does say Tammy Fry. I apologize. Tammy Fry. And I found no other registrations throughout the state, so that should be approved. Stephanie Gilmore was removed in 2018. However, a re-registration was not received until October 30th.
Where's Lisa Gallimore?
Unless we did them under.
So it might be time to take another break. And take
Okay.
coffee so we can wrap it up. I don't know, we can either move forward or we can and take a break at 5:30 or not, whatever you'd like, Carrie.
That's up to you guys. I'm fine.
I'd kind of sort of like to have a break and make me find these two people.
Let's do that. All right, so we'll take a break until 5:30 and then we'll reconvene.
Okay, Richard. There's 3 spaces.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're here. They're here.
Sorry.
Well, I thought those sitting unless she couldn't be approved.
Just outside. I need to go home now. You'll be paying afterwards for these. I'm being asked by higher
No,
powers.
this will be it. No, probably.
We shouldn't be done too late, should we? For dinner.
William Brady? Yeah. Okay, now we need to put that one needs to go right there. So now we're gonna count these. Go from the bottom up.
Sure.
Remember, don't raise that too. Linda said that's cricket. Cricket don't have any legs.
Hey, Dave, how are you?
Linda, that's a big spider back there. It's like this.
Was it big spot?
That's my-
We have big spot.
Okay, I'm sorry. Dave. I was actually loving.
She will hear. They're open, but they're right now. It's not actually.
When you do a account, it's to
I can pull that, I just, I know that it does change. So yeah, we can do that. Absolutely.
I actually did one, I just took a photo. You see what I want, it's showing you, that's easy.
Yeah. I contacted a couple of them. So I can mail.
Yeah, that's
fine.
Yeah, please do mine.
Somebody need to remind me. Thank you.
I tell you.
Yeah, I guess, let me double check.
Would you bring me, a Reese's cup out of that?
Yeah. Everybody want to read the cup? Oh, I had some candy. Good cake.
I've been eating, well, big hard candy, cornrow candy.
I know. Big cup. But there's some cake right there.
Oh, God. That's.
Maurice, how are you?
Right, I can't try taste.
Oh, really?
The smell is good, but I just can't taste it.
I love it.
There's 5 more for.
I stepped into Angela's office and froze. It was so cold in there.
Susan, when you get around to it, there's some signatures.
Thank
There's 3, as I was told. But there were 3 of them.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Okay, well, I thought maybe I moved. Yeah. A lot of detail.
I'll sign right here. Thank you.
Well, I don't understand why they're leaving the town. That's the way I interpreted it. But I just knew this had to be you figure since you leave after your when you're finished, you say, when will you do your?
Not to the matter. Yeah, they made a full something about what they might do in preparation. We'll go in and get down on it and do it. Oh, I know. Which one is close?
Please. She's just a Supreme Court position. Chief Justice. It started out in that 3,300.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's close. On the state website.
Oh, I understand. It's on the note.
Chief Justice.
But that's a pen.
Jesus, I'm sorry, I was in there. Are you making a pot of coffee or just one cup?
Apparently you only accommodate singles.
Well,
And.
Well, the first thing I probably would put Tom, so that's easy. Then if
You know what I mean? It's like.
I don't like the whole.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. And I hadn't watched the news, I tell you, or yours was here. I had to, you know, it's like a roller coaster, right? You see, you turn the radio on in the morning, here's not state director, and you turn it on, you
hear the opposite. Then the next time. you turn
And
it-
sometimes you
Yeah,
gotta
first
find
dose,
out.
it's all, you keep pushing on.
That's a lot of perspective.
Yeah.
I don't think it's
For
right.
about 2, 3 years now, I'm not mad. Well, maybe 4 or 5 years. It is a new buttons. I don't believe it. They just make sure.
Well, they try us.
It's gotta have some sort of changes. That is, I'm like, okay, y'all can just like the tape.
Yeah.
So at 6 o'clock in the morning, my husband going to sleep in the morning. You started at 6 o'clock, and then all the way up
Yeah.
to 12 o'clock.
Makes it even harder to go.
It's still not, it's just a different way. So you can send it a different way. Oh, what's going on? Then at 1 o'clock in my mother, it starts all over again. Because the repeat, I'm saying, I'll catch you later on. Oh, it's like, yeah, I'm like, I don't want to get
Yes.
How do you turn it on?
Oh, I hit the button that says ground. That seemed to work.
Step out, I'll send you numbers somewhere.
I ain't seen you in a while. You better hide that.
Wayne, you're not leaving early, are you? You all packed up. We still got a couple hours here.
Don't say it.
I came early.
Oh, so it's a team effort.
He's gonna stay back.
I mean, you might miss some. Did you not notice? I see it on your.
Jackie said we were subpoenaed.
Never saved the cricket.
It's up under the.
It's under the- I didn't know.
Oh, I used to have a feeling something like that.
Are you gonna?
Is it a spider? He jumped around it.
Never enjoyed it myself.
I haven't read that letter.
Man, I don't kill them either. I'll kill every other bug in this office except the cricket.
Really?
Now spiders are pushing it. I don't like
Well, that's what
spiders.
I'm saying. It's just the cricket. Well, they can't fight me, so I'm not really.
Did you find the two?
Yes.
It's not any cooler outside. It's hot. No, it's not. Yeah.
Yes.
So you found the other ones?
That's a I asked him to.
Is that what you drinking?
I will not make a smart remark. I'm drinking black coffee.
We need to sign this, we rotate. They sent it.
I made a cup. Would you like me to make you a cup?
That's for the provisionals.
I'm cold.
I'm told yes.
I stepped into Angela's office, which was a fatal mistake.
Maybe I should do that.
I don't even go up there to talk to them.
I can feel the draft on my feet. I can
Like
like
here,
Right out there.
it shuts the door, just comes right out on them.
Oh,
I do. I have blankets at my desk, socks, slippers.
I don't know who she knows at the county office to give her air conditioning. Because the whole other building is kind of warm, but right in there, it's cold.
Well, I think that the kids are still having snacks. So we might have to wait a couple more minutes. Team's on a break. I do. Yeah, right, we'll be out of here and you'll all be standing around signing stuff.
That's right.
What time do we convene tomorrow?
At 11 a.m.
For some reason, I thought we had said we would be coming in at 8 and working up until 11. Did we ever say that in the
We're
past?
doing it now, right?
Because that's what we're doing here. Now, I'm almost sure at some discussion it was we could come in at 8, and so on my calendar.
Well, if we were not through with this tonight, we could recess and come in early tomorrow.
Okay, because I knew I had cleared.
The canvas has to be at 11. We tried to change that.
That I knew. I mean, I really did know that,
Yeah.
but I thought we were supposed to be here early, just like we were here
Early.
early.
But we can recess right now and go home and come back early tomorrow.
Yeah, let's. Who wants to do that?
I want to get it over with. But I can go either way.
All right, well, you wanna get the boys and then we'll see.
I'll get the boys.
Get those boys. Get them in here.
Boys?
Focus, focus. There are though, we're only halfway through this, or maybe a little over halfway through.
I was kind of
Yeah,
enjoying that
20%,
little.
we can do it, right? How late do you wanna go, 6:30? I'll be out for another hour. Yeah, now you ready to go?
I really, yeah. So I'm gonna see a brainstorm about 8.
Okay, well, let's work until 6.
I can talk fast.
All right,
You guys
so
have it in front of you, right?
our meeting is reconvened. I believe we're starting with Stephanie Gilmore, or we're still looking for Lisa
We
Michelle.
Well, William Fraley, correct, he didn't have?
Right.
That's right.
Okay, he was removed in 19, and he has not moved out of the county. I found no other registrations with outside of Moore County. I recommend for approval.
So which page was he on?
34. Right in the middle. Middle.
Okay, that was, yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, and now we will skip to Lisa Gallimore. She was removed in 01. She moved from the county and registered in Mecklenburg, where she is still actively registered. Stephanie Gilmore, she was removed in 18. However, she did not attempt to re-register until October 30th. Javier Gonzalez, he was removed in 20. He was actually denied due to his verification card returned undeliverable. And his original application did not have his PO box. His provisional application does, so I recommend for approval.
I don't mean to stop you, but we had one at Tracy Antonio on page 4. I also had circled, but maybe that one was out of place too.
Page 4.
Yeah, it was all the way back on page 4. I've got it circled like we couldn't find it.
Antonio, I know I read that.
Yeah, I have it checked off. The,
Right here, Tracy Antonio,
Not approved.
not approved because it was after the deadline. Okay, we are on Sarah Goodson. Removed in 19 due to a registration in Pitt County where she is still actively registered. Antoine Harrington, removed.
Let me ask you a question about this. I probably know the answer, but it's just not coming to me.
Okay.
These people are active in, some of them are active in other counties, but they voted here? What would,
They moved here.
It could,
They
yeah,
moved here.
oh, they moved here?
That's my guess.
Not
They used to
necessarily
vote
all
for
of
it.
them have moved though.
But I bet they have. I bet a lot of them have moved here and they just didn't register and they just went to go vote. And they're still active on the previous counties things because they didn't
Well, that's what I
re-register at
thought it was, but
DMV.
the numbers are staggering.
It's a lot. It's a lot of people. Volunteer fact. But at least they'll be registered here now.
yes,
And
and
saving
like I
grace.
said, even if they're not approved, they will be registered here going forward.
Can you give us another example?
You know, my comprehension.
Sometimes it's just, they vote, not always, but there are some that vote because they're working here. And they think, well,
It's easy.
you know, it's North Carolina, I'll vote. Not all of them, but there are some. They
I see.
don't live here, they live where they're actually registered. But they're here at work and they go over and they'll vote. They're not thinking they're doing anything wrong, they're just, this is convenient.
I'll believe it.
Antoine Harrington, removed in 19, however, no other registrations throughout the state were found. I recommend for approval. Derek Huckbody, removed in 2010, due to a registration in Pender County where he is inactive, not approved. Sydney Hudgens. Is she next on the list?
Yes.
Yes.
She should be an unreported.
In New Hanover County?
No. Sorry, I'm just not sure why she's under previously removed. I mean, I guess she's inactive here. She's not really removed, but the address she provided on her application is in New Hanover County. So she should register and vote there, not approved. Courtney Huntley, removed in 19, however, no other registrations were found throughout the state. Recommend approval. Justin Jones, removed in 2012 for moving within the state. He registered in Hope County, however, he is removed there, but I recommend approval because he did submit a registration.
So Courtney Huntley, correct?
That was Justin.
It was just Paul Jones.
Okay, we've got moved into registration in Hope County, no attempt to register.
Yeah, it says not. approved.
Justin Jones.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah. He, in 2012, he registered in Hope County. He is removed in Hope County, but he did register there and he did not re-register here.
So he's not to be approved.
Now, do I have him as approved?
You said he was, but he's
Oh,
not.
I'm sorry. Okay. Jeffrey Kerr, removed in 2003. However, there are no other registrations outside of North County that we found, so I recommend approval.
Somebody who hasn't voted in 17 years and came back, presumably.
And most of the time, he probably won't vote for another 17.
Yeah.
Victor LeGrand, removed in 19. No attempt to re-register, however, you should probably see that.
He's ineligible to vote.
He's ineligible. Yeah. So that's a disappointment.
Yes, but I looked it up. And it's, so I don't know if that's one of those things. Yeah. Holly Locklear, removed in January of 19.
How about Terrence Leslie?
Where's Annie?
I'll
Annie,
get her.
if you're watching, come here, please. I know Angela is, so she can.
I'll go get her, y'all keep on.
Okay, so we'll come back to that one. Holly Locklear, removed in 19. No record of registration outside of Moore County, so I recommend approval. Daniel Marchand, removed in September of 2020 due to a registration in New Hanover County where he is actively registered. Rose McCray, removed in January of 19.
You have an authorization.
Yes, I do. It's in my hand. Sorry. Arthur Mason was removed in 17 due to registering in Randolph County where he is still actively registered. Which one?
Terrence Leslie.
Yes. Rose McCray, moved in January of 19. No out-of-county registration, so I recommend approval. Hillary McIntosh Gonzalez, removed in 19. I have found no outside registrations outside of Moore County. Stipulation is she voted at the incorrect precinct where they did not have the ballot style she should have been issued, so this will be a partial approval. So that'll have to be. Robert McLeod, removed in 17, no attempt to re-register. Brian McNeil, removed in 17, no attempt to re-register. Sharon McNeil, removed in 13.
8:30.
And no registrations outside Moore County found, so I recommend approval. Lee McFadder, removed in August of 19 due to verification card return undeliverable. He did not provide a PO box then, but he did on the provisional, so I recommend approval. However, he was at the incorrect precinct, so this will be a partial approval. Helena McCray, removed in October of this year due to registering in Harnett County in July and is actively registered there. Larry Michael, removed in January of 19. No record of registration outside of Moore County, so I recommend approval. Richard O'Neill, removed in June of 2020 due to mail verification. However, I recommend approval because the DMV left his old address in his mailing address section. So what would have been his previous address was listed as mailing. So that should be approved. Harrison Overton. He was denied in October 1st of this year, actually, due to returned mail. We had 2 returned mailing. However, I recommend approval because the address provided on his provisional application is not the same address provided on the denied registration. Ayushi Patel, removed in 2016 from moving within the state. He is actively registered in Pitt County. He did attempt to register here, but not until October 30th. Edward Patterson, removed in April of 2020 due to 2 mail verifications being returned to us. The address on his registration was listed as Forest Street instead of Forest Drive, and that's why those were returned, so I recommend approval. Oh, is that one? Okay. Terrence Leslie, if you'd like to go back to that one. He was removed in January of 19. However, there were no other registrations found outside of Moore County, so I recommend approval. And then we can go back to Michael Patterson. He was removed in December of 2014. However, there was no other record of registration outside of Moore County, so I recommend approval. Larry Perhel, removed in January of 19. However, there were no out-of-county registrations, so I recommend approval. Deshaun Poole, removed in September of this year, 2020, from moving within the state. He registered in Montgomery County, where he is actively registered. Megan Presley, removed in January of 19. There were no out-of-county registrations found, so I recommend approval. Emily Riddle, removed in 2015. There was no attempt to re-register, so not approved. Van Riddle was removed in January of 19. There were no out-of-county registrations, so I recommend approval. Michael Roberts, removed in January of 19, no out-of-county registrations, so I recommend approval. Terry Robinson Jr., he was removed, and I'm sorry, it does not say when. However, there was no attempt to re-register. November of 2001, so I recommend not approval.
So he didn't re-register.
No, there was no attempt to re-register. Ethan Rush was removed in September of this year, 2020. However, there was no attempt to re-register. James Salmon, removed in February of 07. There are no out-of-county registrations, so I recommend approval. Rebecca Scher, removed in March of 2017 for registering in Hope County, where she is now removed. However, she did not attempt to re-register until November 9th. Richard Schmidt, removed in January of 13. There are no out-of-county registrations, so I recommend approval. Roger Searcy, removed in July of 2016 for moving out of the county, and he is registered in New Hanover. However, he is listed as inactive. No. Ashley Smith, removed in.
Tina Simmons.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's some that I pulled out of my lap. Tina Simmons was removed in January of 19, and there are no out-of-county registrations, so I recommend approval.
And on these, is their address the same as before they were removed from the?
Most of them are, some of them aren't, but if there's still no registration
As
found
long as it's more county?
outside, yes, as long as it's within the county, we typically approve.
Or no return mail that shows that there was a forwarding address outside the county. We should approve.
Yeah, because those ones they did, but
Right.
that address was somehow provided on a provisional, so. Ashley Smith, removed in January of 19. No registration outside the county. Recommend approval. Dennis Smith, removed in January of 19. No out-of-county registrations. Recommend approval. Pajai Smith, removed in March of 17 for moving within the state, where he is actively registered in Cumberland County. We did receive a registration, but it was after the deadline on October 28th. Tyra Smith, January of 2020, she was denied due to verification mail returned undeliverable. I do not recommend approval because there is no updated mailing address provided. It is the same address as before. However, she will be registered, so again, they'll have to go through the mail verification process anyways.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. All these people who have the provisional ballots that will be registered after this point, are we now going to mail them the cards, the address confirmation cards? So for members of the public, make sure you check your mail and return the cards, correct? Okay.
Andy Steed, removed in December of 2018 for registering in Hope County, where he is inactively registered. We received a registration form from him, however, it was not until November 2nd after the deadline. Sadie Thomas, I recommend not approving. She was denied in January of 17 due to the mail verification process, and she is actively registered in Richmond County. Robert T. removed in January of 17. However, there are no registrations found outside of Moore County, so I recommend approval. Chelsea Troyer. Chelsea Troyer removed in December of 2014. However, there are no registrations outside of Moore County, so I recommend approval. Brandy Tyson removed in January of 19. However, there are no registrations outside of Moore County, recommend approval. Edmund Valatuto removed in October of 15, and there were no other attempts to re-register here in Moore County. Not approved. Alondra Vargas denied back in October of 19 due to the mail verification process. There was a PO box provided after the first piece of returned mail. That confirmation card was never returned to us, and again, that PO box was not provided to us on this provisional application, so I recommend not approved. Lisa Funseco, removed in February of 18 due to moving within the state, and she is actively registered in Richmond County. Grace Ann Friedenberg, removed in March of 18 for moving within the state. She is actively registered in Lee, not approved. Leslie Warrenberg, removed in November of 15 for moving within the state, and he is actively registered, or inactive, I apologize, in Hope County. Anthony Waters, removed in December of 16, and no registration attempt failed. Jenna Webb, removed April of 08 for moving to Richmond County, and she is currently inactive in Richmond County, not approved. Daniel Widman, removed in January of 19. However, there were no out-of-county registrations found, so I recommend approval. Nancy Williams, removed in January of 19. No out-of-county registrations found, so I recommend approval. Tamika Woodard, removed in March of 15 for moving within the state, and she has an inactive registration in Cumberland County and attempted to register here on election day. Janice Yarborough, removed in January of 19. However, no out-of-county registrations were found, so I recommend approval. Moving on to unrecognized address. Evelyn Lee should be approved. 350 was not in the geocode, however, it is a good address verified by Angela, and she updated the range, so that should be approved. Samuel Mendoza Jr. Again, the house number was not in the geocode range. The address was verified and it is good. It's been updated. Recommend approval. And do we want to move on to unreported?
I think that Craig needs to go, but I think that as long as we have bipartisan representation, the meeting can continue. Craig, without you, if you'd like to.
I appreciate it. Looks like we can move pretty quick on these. I'll stay.
You're hanging in? Okay.
Just gonna take these out. That might be easier. Okay, Megan Ayers, unreported move. She received the correct ballot style, so I recommend approval. There's no issues there. Jade Barth, received the correct ballot style, so that should be approved. And I apologize, these are all unreported moves within the county. So
They didn't go back to their old precinct,
Right.
whatever their name was.
Stephen Bradshaw, recommend approval. He received the correct ballot style. Gerald Brady, received the correct ballot, recommend approval. Alexandra Cadell received the correct ballot style, approved. Glenda Koch received correct ballot, approved. Noah Enderly received correct ballot, approved. Shataya Evans received correct ballot, approved. Bert Ferris received correct ballot. David Forbes received his correct ballot style. Joan Forsyth received correct ballot. Charles Frum received correct ballot. Clifton Garrison received correct ballot. Johnny Gonzalez, correct ballot. Matthew Graves, correct ballot. David Hall, correct ballot. Daniel Harner, correct ballot. DeAndre Harris, correct ballot. Kendra,
That says partial.
oh, I apologize. I may not have updated my little sheet because I did look at these. Yes, he was,
He was issued the wrong ballot and was called, he never showed up.
that's right, yes. They did attempt to reach out to him once they discovered it on election day, but he did not go back, so that'll be a partial. Kendra Hepner received the correct ballot.
They haven't approved it. so-
Oh, okay, I didn't know if you wanted to. Samantha Hobgood received the correct ballot. Aaron Holderfield, correct ballot. Corey Highland, correct ballot. Nathaniel Lewis, correct ballot. Arthur Lucas, correct ballot. Michael Martin, correct ballot. Rasheen McCray, correct ballot. Kelly Muzo, correct ballot. Nicholas Euler, correct ballot. Joey Palmer, correct ballot. Joseph Patterson did not get the correct ballot. He voted at Bass. He moved from West Aberdeen to the Eureka precinct. However, he voted at the Bass precinct. And so all Bass had was B1s. He should have received a B3, so this will be a partial approval. Tracy Poliet received correct ballot. Melissa Purcell received correct ballot.
No, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
She got a partial.
So this one is partial because she went to she went to Ben Salem, which was her old precinct, but she's now registered in 7 Lake, and she would have received a different ballot style there. Michaela Ramsey received correct ballot. Robin Redmond received correct ballot. John Roberts Jr. received correct ballot. Cameron Sanford received correct ballot. Christine Sett received correct ballot. Ebony Smith, correct ballot. Sharon Toa, correct ballot. Michael Turacamo, correct ballot. Rachel Turacamo, correct ballot. Micah Waddell, correct ballot. Christopher Williams, correct ballot. Ida Wright, correct ballot. Joshua Yao, correct ballot. Okay. Now we move on to the fun one. Marlene Wells is a resident of Pinehurst Rehab. However, we received no absentee request from her. She is a registered voter. However, we didn't receive an absentee request. And excuse me, when we went out there on, I believe it was election day that we went out there.
It says on here absentee ballot request 1026.
I think that's incorrect. I think I probably put the wrong notes in there. And I apologize.
Well, it does
about
say she was approved, or you're recommending approval.
Voted your extended hours, I don't understand that too.
Well, because I didn't know where to put it. because she was just a funny one. I have on here absentee request not received, but
Well, she wanted to have her name on the list, but we didn't get it.
that may be it. Will you see if we have an absentee request for Marlene Wells?
Well, we can't use extended hours because it's straight to the.
Okay, I just didn't know what to put it under, so. While she's looking at that, the next one is Olanda Duncan Spencer. She voted by mail and had to have something cured on her ballot. She submitted her cure certificate and we approved it and tabulated it on October 7th. However, she voted at the Aberdeen Rec Center as well.
So, is this the only one like that? I mean, because it's the only one I think we've seen on this list of someone who voted absentee by mail as well as on
Is the other
polling
one?
place. I haven't seen any others, have you?
Well, no, they're divided up by different types. So this is under voter already voted.
So that's my
Okay,
question, is do we only have two where people voted twice?
or attempted to, yes. Marlene Wells did not submit an absentee request, so I apologize about that, but your note is wrong. But no, we didn't receive a request from her, but when we went out there, she wanted to vote on election day, so.
Okay, so you recommend approval?
Annie, can you
It's
pull
tough
the list?
because,
Should request it?
no,
Pull the list for finance.
yeah, pull the list with me. We had some discrepancies with the list that we received as far as who wanted to vote and who didn't. So,
Is your decision based on a list or based on the people who were there at the time and wanted to vote?
Based
Well-
on who they had said wanted to vote.
we will, that's the thing, is when we go to do absentee requests,
Mhm.
if they're not on the list and they want to vote absentee, we'll certainly give them a request form and do it. But when I went on election day to do ballots.
Mhm.
These people, the first few were not registered. They did request a ballot, but they weren't registered, so that's why we did it that way. This woman did not even request a ballot, but when I arrived, wanted to vote. So we voted her provisionally, even though she did not request an absentee ballot.
Okay, and it should be disapproved.
Correct. Do I have it as approved? Okay.
Got to approve.
Oh, I do?
Well, if this is Marlene Wells, or is
Yes.
this, so,
Okay, so yes, she's not on the list, so that's why we didn't have a request form for her, and that's why we didn't send her a ballot. So when we went out there, she voted provisional.
That
So
should
we're
not be
I would
approved.
not recommend that one. I apologize.
Now,
Well,
Orlando.
I'm not sure I understand why. I mean, if you know that she voted that ballot, why would you not approve it?
Because she did not request the ballot.
Because I was there to do absentee ballots. I had to physically go
But
to
I'm
the
saying the
nursing home.
woman's at the Pinehurst Rehab Center. If we're sending out people to help people in assisted living facilities to exercise their right to vote, and the woman exercises her right to vote, I'm not sure that I want to say, I don't want to approve that ballot.
Well,
She did not
because,
request it.
and I'll say this. She provided her information, like her date of birth and her social on here. But before we send out an absentee ballot, we have to verify that information. It's gotta go through the verification process before we send that ballot out. She voted this ballot and filled out this application, but we have no way to verify this until we run this application through the system. So her information's unverified.
How long have we had that?
Election day.
Since elections,
I mean, can't we verify that information?
I'm not allowed to use do anything with these until you guys approve them or disapprove them.
Any
And I mean-
discussion?
she didn't request an absentee ballot. We don't
That's right
typically
here.
bring provisional logbooks out with us. And provisional ballots. So had I not had those out there anyways, she wouldn't have voted because she didn't request an absentee ballot. Everyone
But
else
you
did
did have
there,
them. We gave her a ballot. She voted the ballot.
But
You
she
know
didn't
it was her.
request it.
but she didn't request
Her
it.
name's not on the list, and she didn't request it, and in North Carolina, you're required to request an absentee ballot. The law,
Okay, well, so
just
did
because
she
she
vote
had
an absentee
extra
ballot or did she vote a provisional ballot?
A provisional
absentee
absentee.
ballot.
Yeah, these were provisional absentees because I had to go out there to do it. They
And
didn't
that's
come
part of my
into the
point.
voting
So
enclosure.
we're supposed to look at voter intent.
And
What's
my-
our
Yeah,
job?
my intent is she didn't intend to vote because she didn't submit a request form.
But she did vote, so obviously her intent was to vote.
Well, she voted out of convenience because I was there already with the provisional ballot.
And what's wrong with that? It's
She
just-
didn't
it's
she
request an
didn't
absentee
statutory
ballot.
requirement.
It's required
It
by
doesn't
law to
mean-
request
It's
it.
the law,
Yeah, it doesn't meet the statutory requirement.
Yes,
yeah,
That's the issue,
yes.
yeah. You can't rewrite the law.
the regulatory.
So
So I'm just kind of, is this somebody who was kind of overlooked in the MAT process? with the-
No,
No.
because she never requested a ballot.
we went out
Okay,
there,
so
got
that
a request
only-
form. She
But
never
she
filled
went
it
we
out
don't
out.
there as a map team.
No, the facility offered her the ballot. Even, we don't know if this facility even told her that you guys were
We
coming.
should not have even taken a ballot out of this office.
And if her name's not on the list, we
But
don't.
we did because,
Why?
well,
In
the
case you had
provisional
to pull it
ballot.
out.
No, I mean the provisional ballot.
But you should have taken a ballot out of this office unless you had a request for it.
Yes. But we went out there and did those provisional ones because,
But the people you went to help vote already had their ballot.
yes, no, we went out to Pinehurst Rehab on election day and did all provisionals
Okay.
because they did not register. They weren't registered. They requested the
So
ballot.
is
and they
that a
didn't register.
statutory limitation? You know, I mean, I don't know. I'm just looking at the voter intent and what this job is,
Well,
you know, to
but that's
try.
what I'm saying. The other 3 people at the facility, they weren't registered, but they submitted a request form. So their intent was to vote. She didn't even submit a request form. So that to me tells me she only voted because I was conveniently there with provisional ballots.
So
She didn't actually intend
did the
to
other
vote in the
people
election.
register to vote while you were there? Did you
No,
just say
nobody
that-
registered.
So they were already registered? They had,
No, that's why they did provisional.
okay, well, I didn't think you could,
It's no record of registration.
you can't
You just did a whole.
register to vote on election day.
No, that's why they voted provisionally under no record of registration.
A bunch of them.
So why can't she vote provisional?
Well, she can vote provisionally, she did, but it cannot be approved because she did not request an absentee ballot.
And in your certification of absentees, of course, this was on election day, but you said you certify that we have not delivered absentee ballots to people who've not asked for them.
And this technically falls under, I brought this ballot to her and she didn't ask for it. So it should not be approved.
But you didn't want to stand there and tell her, no, you cannot.
Exactly,
vote.
and that's what a provisional is for, when you know, a voter is insistent on voting, but, you know, there's something limiting them, and that's why we have this process to go back
And
and
it's
review.
complicated because she's a resident of a facility. If she had appeared in the voting place, we would have given it to her, but we would not have approved it anyway because she wasn't registered to vote. So that's just kind of the bottom line to me.
So you're saying she's not registered to vote?
She is registered,
She is.
she's registered, but she never requested the ballot.
Well, so would it be a crime if this board approved her ballot? Looking at her intent and the fact that she's in a assisted living facility with limitations on requesting things and having people assist and.
But the other people requested them just fine. So you can't say.
We went out there and did the request form.
We did the.
We went out there, we had the MATS teams get the request forms from all the residents. And the 3 that voted provisionally, the other 3 who voted provisionally, they requested request forms. Their circumstances were that they weren't registered though. So we let them vote provisionally due to no record of registration because they requested that ballot. They showed that intent. She did not. She did not request the ballot.
We're approving 3 people who
No,
weren't
we're not
registered on
approving that because
election
they're
day,
not registered.
but the one person who is registered, we're not gonna approve that?
No, these 3 people are not approved because they're not registered and there was no record of attempt to register.
So I guess my question would be, why would you guys go to the assisted living home on election day to risk your health and happiness to do provisional ballots for 3 people that aren't even registered?
So that everyone is given the opportunity to vote and they can't say they were turned in.
Well, that's what we're doing. We're turning them down.
We did that to this whole stack of people too.
Just because they're voting, you've given them that opportunity, they have to meet the statutory requirement.
We gave them the opportunity, but there is something or other that is preventing it from being approved. The opportunity was given. None of these people were turned away. But after research, it can't be approved.
Can I go back to I just want to make sure I understand the facts. And I know it's late. We've been here since 1, so I get a little weary. But I have your form that you've given us on Marlene Wells says approved. And then it says comment absentee ballot request 10/26.
And I apologize for that.
Now you're saying that was a mistake, that she did not.
She did not. Anne Marie just checked it.
All right.
So I still want to approve this ballot. I'm not, I don't know. It seems to me like there's some wiggle room.
Well, it's a catch-22 situation here. You're saying she didn't express an intent to vote
Absentee.
by requesting an absentee like the other 3 did, right? However, you go there and you have ballots with the provisional ballots.
But we don't take a ballot, we don't take a pack of ballots out to a place, Richard.
Well,
That
It
was a
should
very
have a name
atypical
on it.
situation.
Well,
that what
But we did
let
it.
me finish because I'm talking in the catch-22 here, because it seems very illogical that if she says, I want to vote, and you happen to have a provisional ballot available and you give it to her, I mean, that's rather an express, intent to vote. See what I mean?
Well,
And
yes,
so then you say, well, wait a minute, the way we handle these votes is that according to the statute, whichever one it is, I haven't looked it up, but you have to request, okay? It seems to me she's expressed very definitively her intent to vote at that time. And it seems to me that that meets the requirement.
well, how many people do you think would express their wanting to vote if we brought blank provisional ballots into every nursing home on
Well,
election
that's
day?
not the
We
issue.
probably
Yeah,
have
but
a
it
lot.
is an issue. You
But it
just
is,
said
but she did not request it. She did not show that intent when the MAX team went to the facility and offered blank absentee request forms, because we didn't just didn't just offer them to the people on
No,
this
I
list.
understand that.
So she had that opportunity
I'm
and
just
she
saying-
did not take it.
But you just-
This was a matter of
illogical.
convenience.
But all those
We don't know how
expressed
she was
intent and you
notified.
just denied them. So, I mean, it's the same thing. I mean,
No,
all
we
those,
denied
I
it
don't
for
think
the
it's the
reason.
same thing.
How
You
is
know,
it not the
we
same
went to
thing?
Farmers Rehab.
those are on election day. This is an absentee ballot. The law states you have to request an absentee ballot by the deadline. We turn people down that miss the deadline. So you can't, That's the thing. We already turned people down that their request forms came in after the 27th.
Well, so it seems to me like I'll go back to the fact why in the world we sent people into Pinehurst rehab to let them fake vote because they weren't registered or you had, the one person hadn't sent in a request form. I mean, that's a waste of time and effort and money. Why
It's
don't
still
just
my
tell them?
job.
Why wouldn't you just tell
But
them
it's still my job.
you're not registered, so we're
The
not gonna
facility
count
was
it?
not happy. That's why we went, to appease them.
Well, if
not
I was a
residents.
resident there, I wouldn't be happy. If I had cast this ballot, you know, and
Not
turned
that
it
it's
in.
necessarily relevant to how we treat Mrs. Wells, but let me make sure I understand the other folks. They did request an absentee ballot, but they were, did I hear you say none of them were actually registered?
No.
So have we dealt with them in the course of this?
Yes, they were all disapproved under the no record of registration.
But they
So
were
they're
being
always
registered.
in
They will be registered going
Or
forward.
going vote. Because they weren't
All right, and the lady in question at this moment,
prepared.
if I understood you correctly, she is registered to vote.
Yes. But did not request an absentee ballot.
Yeah, I got that, but I just want to make sure I.
Yes,
understood
she
that
is
was registered.
And had I been consulted, I would have never said take a ballot out of here for somebody that has not requested a ballot.
Is there any possibility that woman could have? Well, here's really the question. I don't know if would this woman have been capable of coming to vote on election day, in your judgment?
She's in a facility that's under lockdown. No, she wouldn't have
I
been
mean,
able.
that's
Okay.
not.
I don't know if that's dispositive of the issue, just because it's under the law.
But we're not
Well,
doctors. I don't
But
think. we
I
can-
don't think those people really leave.
So
this-
why did we go there on a
I don't
election
understand
day?
your question. Why did we go there?
I don't
So-
understand. No, I don't
So-
understand.
So under the circumstances, what you're saying is, in reality, the only way somebody in a confined facility like this is allowed to vote under today's circumstances is by absentee. They cannot vote.
I can't speak for this specific facility. Some of them do have buses that they bring people out on to vote that are able to get out. I can't speak for this facility.
Perhaps she could have curbside voted.
Yeah.
She could have
I-
been driven.
If she had
Possibly,
someone
I
to
don't know.
drive her.
Well, that's kind of my point. I mean, if she thought, I understand why you didn't say anything, but perhaps you could have said, I suppose, we don't know if you're gonna be able to accept this. And if, to be sure, you may want to, if you can have somebody drive you up curbside, we could accept your vote that way. I don't know.
They were there on election day. So it was, they didn't go to the facility until election.
I understand that, but
So one
but
stop
election
was
day
over.
goes
They
till
couldn't do
late in the
curbside.
day. I assume you were there, you weren't there at the last hour of the election.
I don't, honestly, I can't remember.
I guess what's concerning me a little bit, I really do see both sides of this argument. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I also see that this woman perhaps might have been in her own mind, and I'm not saying it's based on anything you said, but in her own mind said, okay, I wanted to vote, and this doesn't. And I know there's no guarantee when you go provision, but in her own mind, she may have thought that. I'm getting inside her head.
And I can see turning down the 3 that weren't registered to vote.
Yeah, it's just that if you really want to vote and be sure, you probably better have somebody drive you over here and we'll take it curbside. You don't have to be exposed to I don't know. It just is a little, in my mind, it complicates the situation somewhat. And I'm not sure how I will vote on this when it comes down to it, because I do see both sides.
Well, I'm simply thinking about the voter and the voter's intent, and the reason we're all here is to count votes from people who are registered.
Well, a lot of people intend to
Yeah.
vote.
I mean, I
And-
had a woman
and-
who
and for
intended to
whatever
vote
reason-
absentee who showed up at 5:09 and I had to turn her away
I mean, that's
with her ballot in hand because it was after the deadline. She did not meet the requirements. Her intent is one thing, but if she doesn't follow the rules and the requirements,
So did we follow the rules? Because I don't think we followed the rules when we took the ballots out of here. So I'm just saying, it's, following the rules. If rules are rules and we gotta follow the rules, then, what's the repercussions for that?
disapprove the ballot.
It does say approved here. Why does it say that?
it was a mistake.
Because I have been working on those notes for 4 days straight and I've been trying to get them all correct and I must have miscopied something.
I thought maybe you had a thought about it.
No, I just,
Well,
I've been trying to get all my notes right and
Request
it's not been an
1026.
easy process.
So I just don't feel like I have enough information about this to make a call. I mean, I could make my call, but I don't know about the rest of you guys. I just think there's too many mistakes on this issue. Pinehurst rehab, this is marked approved, says she requested a ballot, but now you're saying she didn't.
Well, I mean, it's
I
still
mean, I
up on-
can pull up the
I can
system and
pull it
show
up.
you where
Would you
there's
like to
no
look at
request
it?
form.
I'm not, I mean, go look on my computer, it's still up, there's nothing attached. I think that's-
And of course, some of this is we're relying on the activity director, Olanded, who's like, I won't say her name, but that her list, we don't know for a fact that she go around and ask this person. I mean,
I have no idea.
and I know that's not your fault. It's
Yeah,
just
I mean, how
it's
is it supposed to-
All we know is the intent of the voter, filled out the ballot.
So what kind of jeopardy do we put ourselves in if we let this registered voter,
Well, then I guess you have
let the rest of those?
to, yeah,
What's that? What do we do? What happened?
I mean,
Not if
wouldn't you
they're
have
not
to approve
registered.
all the other ones?
Yeah, but I shouldn't have gone out and gotten this. So technically I shouldn't have gotten those, so they should all be approved.
well, it's a different fact. So they weren't registered.
But if I
Yeah,
shouldn't
but
have
they're
done one, I
intent to
should have
vote.
done any, so they
If
should
you're
all
talking
get the
about
same
intent.
So I think that would be a board's decision.
So, we've got to make a choice. We can argue, well, like I said, it's testimony too. You can argue either side of it, okay? Certainly, I've been educated to have great respect for statutory law and administrative regulations. So, I can't argue about that. But at the same time, I feel very strongly that this woman has expressed her interest, desire, and willingness and intent to vote. And so I guess I'll just wait until I'm put on that spot, to make a vote on that.
You ready?
I mean, we've accepted a lot of the decisions of a very good investigative work done by the staff here. I think we just have to move on.
Before I vote, I guess I would like to ask the director, just from your standpoint, you've heard all of this. Do you have any last thoughts? Because this is going to be a difficult vote for me.
I truly don't believe that we have any statutory leg to approve this ballot. Provisionals are to do the fail-safe thing in cases that we have made an error by not registering a person. It's the fail-safe, thank goodness, the fail-safe procedure that the state of North Carolina asked for. It is very, very, very hard. If y'all have heard the conversations with activities directors, them not understanding that the request for an absentee is a two-part thing. You gotta request it and then get the ballot. Simply because the General Assembly has changed the process. In previous years, we could get the list as we have from these facilities, and we could fill out the request form and mail it to the activities director. And they could get the signatures of the residents and send it to us, and we would produce the ballots. But after Bladen County's mess, they won't even let us as Board of Elections help that voter. If I had a voter come in and sit down and say, I want a ballot, I couldn't help her fill out the request form. She'd have to fill it out herself.
Linda, that's one other question I have. And this just occurred to me. We have this list that was given to you. Did any of these residents or their relatives actually fill out an absentee ballot request form?
Some of them did.
Not
And,
all,
pardon me,
not all.
not us.
So
Not
we don't
all.
have absentee ballot request forms for everybody that's been to these homes?
I don't know.
Sometimes when we get there, they decide, they don't want to vote anymore.
Okay, but let's be clear. Okay, so if now we're saying that not everybody on these lists has filled out that absentee ballot request form, which is the one hang up keeping this one woman from voting, I don't see how that's fair. And I think that if directors don't understand at these facilities the process, that's on us.
Well,
It's our job to educate them.
Well,
And I
we
think I
do.
mentioned
We
in the
we were just
previous
there in
meeting,
March
if
and
I
did
could
the
finish,
process with
please.
her.
I think I mentioned that perhaps in the future, if we have to do this, we need to have a coordinator to coordinate these events between these assisted living homes and our facilities so that everybody knows what's going on.
Elizabeth, we have told them over and over
over and
again.
over again.
Well, evidently,
And
they
we
don't
also,
understand the process. And if we're sending out lists and saying, well, if your name's on the list, then you've requested an absentee
No,
ballot.
they send
no,
that to
they
us.
send that to us.
No,
We
we're not
don't do
sending
that.
out lists. They're sending that to
Well, I
us.
understand, but if this is what you're counting as an absentee ballot
That's
request,
not
No,
counted as a
no,
request.
That's not an absentee ballot.
well, he just asked if all of these people had provided the forms, and y'all are saying you don't know.
We went to the facility, for example, that list. That list was sent to us. So we went to the facility. Those were all the people that we were told wanted a request form. Now, when we get there, other people may want one that we have blank boards to provide to them. Or some people on that list may decide they don't want to vote anymore, so we don't
They
get
may
a
no longer
request
be
form.
at the facility.
That's simply a preliminary list from the
Yes, that's
facility
given.
of how many people want to request a ballot.
So all the people in these facilities that got the absentee ballot, you have a absentee ballot request.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes.
Well, one other question.
And with COVID, it's totally different. The Department of Health and Human Services said to each facility and said through the state board that families needed to take care of this. And I will see that within the next year or two, I will be going to the General Assembly. And I've said all along that when somebody goes into a facility, they need to, at that point in time, determine if the family is going to be responsible or the facility. Because the facility, they have a large turnover with activities directors. It's very hard to keep an activities director in a facility. And there's no reason why they don't have applications to register to vote right there whenever they're taking in a patient. And say, if it's like me going into Phoenix just for rehab, that doesn't need to be. But they should say to me, especially when they are graded in their certification of whether or not they offer these services to the residents, that's part of it. And those residents cannot, most of them don't remember the last four digits of their serial number. So we had to get permission, saying it was legal for the facilities to actually provide that to the resident when we go in to fill out the paperwork as a MAT team. Because they don't have any idea what the last four of their social is. and it's required on the form to give us that. Many times they can't give us the date of birth, they don't remember any of that. So the state has said it's okay for those facilities to give us part of that. And if they would go ahead and establish that the family was gonna take care of it. Because Bill, out at Pinehurst Rehab was where we had a lady vote in the spring, and then her daughter went and took her to vote, and she double voted, and then we had to have an investigation. And the family gets very upset whenever they find out their loved ones already voted. They feel like somebody's taking advantage of their loved ones.
Well,
And
like I said, I think that's great if you have family to help you, but I know a lot of people that are in assisted living homes, like a couple, and, you know,
some of them don't have family.
they're,
That's
well,
exactly
or
right.
their family lives in a different state. I mean, I can give you two people right now, you know, one woman's family lives in Tennessee and the other one in Wisconsin. You don't always have family.
That's
But
right.
that's
If we're
why
gonna
we're
provide
here.
a service, then, you know, we need
But
to
that's,
provide
we
that
did
service.
provide the
But we
service.
did provide the service.
We did
went
provide
there
the
and got
service.
request forms. She did
Not
not
fill out
request
the
forms.
request form.
Okay, but she got a ballot, she voted it, that was her intent. It's in our
Well, so are
possession.
all those other people's intent.
Those three other
They
people
showed
were
up on
not
election
registered to
day.
vote.
I mean, but they're not approved.
They weren't registered to vote.
Right, and we didn't know that until we got those request forms in and processed those.
Okay, but this woman was registered to vote, she was given a ballot, and I don't see why we should not approve that ballot. We've only got 3 more left to approve. You know, Richard, any thoughts?
No.
Thoughts?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any more thoughts or
No, I
discussion?
started off. My feeling is she's expressed her intent and she voted.
Okay. So what would you like for us to do, Ms. Clinton, with this particular one? Do you want us to vote on just this one before we do the other 2 and approve the remainder of the list, or what?
I think it's best that y'all address this matter. Yes.
Okay, well, I motion to accept the ballot from Marlene Wells. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you too well.
I said I move to accept the ballot from Marlene Wells.
I'll second that.
All right, motion's been made and seconded to approve the ballot for Marlene Wells. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Well,
Okay,
now's the time to discuss it. And, you know, I'm in the same boat, you know, I'll say, yeah, there was intent. And she's a registered voter. But again, if we'll be consistent with what we have right there, then you almost have to go back and approve all those.
I don't
ballots.
agree with that.
You don't agree?
No, she's a registered voter. We're
So the statute says that you're gonna request that ballot. And she did not request that ballot, from what I'm understanding. So it does not meet the law. And if you wanna rewrite the law,
I don't,
then so be it. I'm just saying, this is the time to discuss it before we make this decision.
If her condition was such that she could walk in and vote on that day, she would have been able to do it and she would have, her vote would have.
But you don't know that. You don't know that.
Well, I don't think she could have because of the COVID.
But
No,
you're
I'm
not
saying if she was
doctors.
in a physical
I don't think
condition.
you can't determine that you know she would have got, I mean, I know
I
plenty of
can't
people who-
determine anything except the
No, I'm
woman
just saying
wanted
that
to
she
vote,
was-
was provided a ballot and voted it.
I'm
That's
just
all I
saying.
know. That's what I know for a fact.
If she was in a
Yeah, but
nursing
I also
home.
I don't
there's
know
a
if the
law.
nursing home told her, hey, you've got to request this. I don't know anything other than this woman wanted to vote. She voted.
Right. And I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna go with the statute personally.
Okay.
So that's where I'm.
Yes,
If
so.
you read the memos from the state, it says that we're supposed to really consider the intent of the voter when approving these things. And that's what I'm going to focus on. And I
A lot of
Feel
those
comfortable with
memos are not law, though. Those are just opinions. The legislature makes the law. A lot of these numbered memos that we received throughout this election with the stand up and
Yeah.
Well, by the same token, if we don't, I mean, if they don't do the cure certificate right, even though they've expressed their intent, we can't accept the ballot, so there are statutory requirements. And that's why this is such a difficult case.
Anything wrong with her ballot?
Well, but it's just one, it's an example of statutory fundamental requirement.
Okay, well, it's a board decision. It's not my decision. It's not any one person's decision. I'm just telling you how I feel about it, and we'll take a vote and see.
In the meantime, we have the opportunity to discuss it.
That's right.
We think
You
it's a
guys know how I
valid
feel about it.
And by the way, those memos that do come out from the State Board of Elections, while they may not be administrative regulations or statutory, they do have, and for all intents and purposes, a level of legal support, okay? Until there is some legal action taken to say that they're extended their authority. Right. Then so you are required to follow, we would be required to follow those, right? There's no question about it. And then until they're actually tested by an important, the appropriate jurisdiction.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, may I ask that y'all consider deferring this till tomorrow where I can show you in the statutes why I feel concerned about this?
Yes.
Okay.
Wouldn't mind sleeping on it.
All right. All right, so we're going to defer the action on Marlene Wells. Carrie, can you tell us about Yolanda Spencer, please?
Yes, she voted by mail. We needed a cure certificate from her for one reason or another. We received that cure certificate. Her ballot was approved and tabulated on October 27th. And then she went to the rec center and voted provisionally.
I think she might have been concerned that
I think it was, we didn't receive it maybe, because I looked here and we were, well.
We tabulated on 10/27. That's fine, it's not approved.
Okay, yeah, so we already tabulated it, so that's not. Isaiah Bamford, I don't know if you want to speak on this, Ms. Glenda. I put it pending because
he's deferred till tomorrow after the hearing. He appeared to vote in person and said he did not.
This is the hearing person.
This is the hearing person, so we'd have to defer that one till tomorrow.
All right, so we're going to defer the decision on Isaiah Bamford until tomorrow, as well as Marlene Wells. So I guess we'll all go home and look at our lists and check them twice, and then we'll tabulate these tomorrow. What time do we need tomorrow?
11 a.m.
This can wait until 11 before we go into whatever, or, I mean.
Well, you're gonna have to, you have to wait on this till after the hearing.
Okay, gotcha. Just asking.
If y'all want to come at 10:30 to discuss Ms. Wells, that'll be fine.
So tomorrow,
Madam Chair, whatever you want.
start at 10:30?
Yeah, let's do that. Get a couple of-
Okay with you, Susan?
After the hearing, what else will we do?
We've got canvas.
All right, tell me a little bit about the canvas.
Okay, the canvas is that we will print out
Just like we did for
the
the,
abstracts for the returns, and you'll remember we compare them to the tapes from election day to make sure everything is okay.
And how long do you think that's going to be?
So I know
I'm praying that y'all.
What do we do? Now, I have a quick question. Those provisionals are gonna have to be run through that tabulator tomorrow, before our meeting.
I'd like to wait until tomorrow.
So do we need to be here a little earlier than 10:30? maybe 10 o'clock? Does that have to be completed before before 11 or?
It does have to be complete before the canvas.
So how long will that take? An hour?
How many of them is it? Right here.
That, and then that's that.
Like, these are the open ones, and then this is.
Hour for 600 ballots,
So it's an hour, so we need to be here at 10 to witness.
at least. Yeah.
At least.
Do you think earlier?
I think 10 should be good.
It's any earlier, we'll have to serve breakfast.
Now, so these are actual ballots. Nothing needs to be duplicated in these or,
These are not gonna be tabulated. These are all disapproved. It's only those ones that get tabulated.
And
the
there
other
are
ones
some
that have to be
partials.
double checked.
Yes, oh yes, there are some
And we can
partials that need.
get the duplicated team in the morning to do the partials.
Which
I
one?
just don't know if an hour is enough time to do that, I'll be honest with you. I mean, do you
No,
think so?
no, no. That's in 2 hours.
What do you
Well,
think,
what do we have
Susan?
to do?
Oh, wait a minute, I looked down to write notes and all of a sudden we're meeting here for breakfast. What's happening?
You're bringing
this-
breakfast.
Well, all those provisionals have to be tabulated before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh,
But we need to be here, and also
These are
the ones that are partial,
Okay.
we've got to look at those.
We have to.
Well, you gotta check before they go in.
Okay.
so we're meeting with
Well,
seven
wait a
minutes.
minute, there's
It's
not
But of course,
killing me. Oh,
We said 10 o'clock, but it may need to be here at 9.
How much time do you think it's gonna take to process all that? Just,
how many did you say it was?
I don't even think there's a
so
hundred,
Elizabeth,
Oh.
we're bringing
maybe a
breakfast.
hundred.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
that's not
I'll
gonna
bring
take that long to
breakfast.
go to the box. It just
You like
looks,
There's
breakfast?
maybe a
it
hundred.
just
That's
looks
Madam
not-
that,
Chairman,
it just
we
looks
want to
that.
recess tonight.
So we got 441 in that machine.
No, it's back to 0.
Well, I mean, where we did.
Yeah, we're back to 0 because these are provisionals.
And so then these provisionals, says total records are 401, but it seems to me like the majority of them were disapproved. Has anybody counted to see how many were approved?
We
Okay.
changed some, so I can run that report, but I
Okay.
changed, I have to change.
Well, that's what I was
that.
gonna look at tonight, just to kind of estimate, but that's a lot.
I don't
just
even
know
think
it
there's
takes about an
100
hour.
but if there's not even 100, that ain't gonna take long.
So you don't think that's 100? That's a fat stack.
well, about one out of, there were 400 and some,
Or a one.
seemed.
One or
like
one, a lot
out
of them
four was
approved.
approved, something like that.
Okay, Madam Chairman,
Yes, ma'am?
we have a motion on the floor in a second concerning this will.
Yeah.
And I ask y'all to defer any decision. So
Should we amend it?
are we gonna amend it or let it die?
Well, let's table it till tomorrow and then
Okay.
reintroduce it. We all agree on that?
Yeah, so the motion to approve Marlene Wells, I believe is her name.
The motion to take any action.
The motion to take any action is deferred until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. 9 AM. All right, on this meeting, wait, hold on. Anything else on this agenda? Okay, so any other business before the board this evening? Hearing none, we will adjourn
We're
until
gonna recess.
recess. We're gonna recess until 9 AM. All right.
I'm not, and I'm someone, I'm really.